In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ọjụ kwado ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na onu agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụta nwụrụ ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Culture is identity. Tradition is continuity. And heritage is memory. Together,
They tell the story of a people. When we lose our culture, we lose ourselves. Celebrate your roots, language, attire, food, and festivals. They are treasures worth preserving.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex. In regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria, the problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas in states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increase number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning. This is a news update on Aneke TV, your reliable source for the top stories shaping Nigeria and the world today. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. And here are the headlines for today. The federal government unveils a comprehensive national strategy to dismantle terrorist improvised explosive device networks across the country. On the foreign scene, at least 227 people are confirmed dead following a devastating mine collapse in Rubaya, Democratic Republic of Congo. Then on business, the United States and Nigeria seal a major 5-year agreement to boost non-oil trade and strengthen economic ties. In entertainment, American model star Cardi B addresses speculation surrounding the name of her newborn son. Now the news in details. The federal government has launched a new national counter-IED enterprise plan to disrupt the supply of raw materials used to make improvised explosive devices. The officer of the National Security Advisor says the strategy shifts from reacting to explosions to preventing diversion of industrial chemicals and dual-use components before they reach insurgents. The National Counterterrorism Center's forensic laboratory is being upgraded into a high-tech hub to analyze recovered devices. Experts will study construction methods and material signatures to generate intelligence on bomb makers' identities and methods. A new weapon intelligence team will ensure field units get timely data on evolving threats. Military commanders in the northeast report that poor road conditions have become hotspots for IED attacks, which insurgents use when unable to engage in direct combat. Nigeria is partnering with NATO's Counter-IED Center of Excellence and the World Customs Organization program, Global Shell, to strengthen border controls and intercept components at ports before they reach terror cells. The Enugu State Police Command arrested 52 suspects and recovered weapons and stolen vehicles between January 24th and 30th of January 2026. According to statistics released by the police public relations officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, arrests include suspects in armed robbery, kidnapping, murder, rape, defilement, cultism, and other offenses. Police recovered 1 firearm, 20 rounds of ammunition, 6 stolen vehicles, hard drugs, and a large quantity of what is suspected to be Indian hemp. 3 kidnapped victims were rescued from criminal hideouts during sustained intelligence-led operations. Mr. Ndukwe attributed the achievements to improve intelligence gathering, effective collaboration with security agencies, and public support. He assured residents of the command's continued commitment to fighting crime and maintaining safety across Enugu State. The River State government has dismissed claims that it blocked access to Yakubu Gowon Stadium in Port Harcourt for the inauguration of the renewed Hope Ambassadors Group. The state says the stadium is under reconstruction and unsafe for public events. The allegation was made by River State coordinator of the group, Desmond Akawo, and supported by the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Mr. Nyesom Wike, at an event held at Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic. Mr. Wiki warned that supporters would force entry if denied access again. State officials, including the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information, and the Commissioner for Sports, inspected the facility with its site engineer and said ongoing works makes the venue unusable. The government urged political leaders to prioritize public interest over political ambitions. In the Federal Capital Territory High Court, an EFCC operative testified that investigators recovered more than $2 million in cash and property documents linked to former Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele. The money was traced to the Lagos State headquarters of Zenith Bank, where it was allegedly held by a lawyer acting on Emefiele's behalf. The prosecution also presented internal CBN memos that say show approvals for large payments for renovations, landscaping, and furnishings of official residence and offices. Bank statements from 2015 were cited as evidence that funds were paid to private contractors for upgrades. The defense raised concerns about repetitive testimony, and the trial was adjourned to March 2026. Emefiele faces a 20-count charge related to alleged procurement fraud totaling 1.2 billion naira. Senators have raised alarm over a severe funding shortfall paralyzing Senate standing committees ahead of the 2026 budget cycle. Lawmakers say zero allocations are hindering basic operations, including meetings with government agencies. Senator Antoniani highlighted that the Southeast Development Commission Committee has received no funding since its inauguration. Others noted a growing backlog of unpaid contracts from 2024 and warned that planned budget reforms could be jeopardized. Senate leadership met in a closed executive session after heated exchanges. Senator Adams Oshomole urged colleagues to await full detail of the 58.47 trillion naira 2026 budget proposal, while senators stressed urgency in resolving internal financial gaps. Igbo communities across the globe are today participating in a 3-hour period of prayers dedicated to adoration and thanksgiving. The event, which marks a significant spiritual gathering for the Igbo people, seeks to unify participants in gratitude, reflection, and worship. Both physical and virtual congregations have been organized, allowing Igbos in the diaspora to join their counterparts in Nigeria in a shared celebration of faith and cultural heritage. Organizers of the event emphasized that the prayers are intended to strengthen communal bonds while fostering a spirit of thankfulness for divine guidance and protection. Clergy and community leaders are leading sessions that combine scripture readings, worship songs, and personal testimonies, highlighting the values of humility, gratitude, and communal solidarity that are central to Igbo spirituality. The 3-hour format is designed to provide participants ample time for contemplative worship and collective rejoicing. The observance has drawn attention not only within Igbo communities, but also among other cultural and religious groups interested in the rich traditions of the Igbo people. Social media platforms have amplified the reach of the prayers, enabling real-time participation and engagement across continents. As the event unfolds, it underscores the enduring significance of faith-based cultural practices in uniting Igbos worldwide and celebrating their shared heritage. This news update is coming to you live on Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us across all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. And now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the headlines. The federal government has launched a comprehensive national plan aimed at dismantling terrorist improvised explosive device networks across the country. Now coming up shortly, abroad, no fewer than 227 people have been confirmed dead following a tragic mine collapse in Rubaya in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In business, Nigeria and the United States have entered into a major 5-year agreement to strengthen non-oil trade and deepen economic cooperation. And in entertainment, American music star Cardi B has responded to rumors surrounding the name of her newborn son. We'll be right back.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. At least 227 people have been confirmed dead following a catastrophic landslide at the Rubayan coltan mine in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The incident occurred during heavy rains and when waterlogged soil collapsed into mining pits, burying miners, traders, and children. Rescue teams pulled out a few dozen survivors with serious injuries, while many others remain trapped. Rubaya is one of the world's most significant coltan sources, supplying a key mineral used in smartphones, laptops, and aerospace components. Despite its global importance, mining at the site is largely manual, with workers earning minimal wages under the control of the AFC/M23 rebel group. The United Nations have repeatedly accused M23 of exploiting mineral resources to fund its insurgency. As recovery efforts continue, the tragedy underscores the ongoing dangers linked to conflict mineral extraction and the humanitarian toll on local communities. The Tunisian President Kais Saied has extended the country's state of emergency by 11 months, keeping the measure in force until December 31st, 2026. The decree was published in the official gazette, continuing emergency rule first introduced in 2015 after a deadly bombing in Tunis. The law grants authorities broad powers, including restrictions on public gatherings, media controls, and house arrest without judicial approval. The government says the measures are necessary for national security amid ongoing threats and instability. Critics argue the extension strengthens presidential control and weakens democratic oversight, especially following President Said's 2021 dissolution of parliament and suspension of judicial bodies. Activists and labor groups have intensified protests against what they describe as prolonged emergency governance. An Ivorian court in Abidjan has sentenced Malian lawmaker Mamadou Hawa Gassama to 3 years in prison for insulting President Alassane Ouattara. Gassama was arrested during a visit to Ivory Coast after public comments and social media posts criticizing the Ivorian leader. Prosecutors said the remarks undermined state authority and reached diplomatic tension. Mr. Gassama's lawyers described the sentence as excessive, maintaining that his statements fell within political expression. The case adds strain to relations between Mali's military-led government and Ivory Coast. Ties have been tense since Mali's 2020 coup, with both countries previously involved in diplomatic disputes, including the detention of Ivorian soldiers in 2022. The Syrian authorities have announced plans to shut down Al-Hoj and Roach displacement camps within a year. The camps currently hold more than 28,000 people with alleged links to Islamic State fighters, including thousands of women and children. Government forces recently took control of Al-Hol after Kurdish-led groups withdrew. The camps have prolonged post-security and humanitarian challenges, housing both Syrian nationals and foreign citizens from several countries. Aid organizations have raised concern about the fate of residents as NGOs scale back operations due to rising insecurity. The planned closure have intensified calls for repatriation and legal processing of foreign detainees. Iran has expressed willingness to resume negotiations with the United States, but insists its ballistic missile program and defense capabilities are not open for discussion. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said talks must be fair and free from threat. The statement comes amid heightened tensions, with the United States increasing its military presence in the Middle East. Washington has indicated that missile limitations would be central to any future agreement. Turkey has offered to mediate between both sides, with officials in Ankara maintaining contact with Tehran and Washington. Regional leaders warn that failure to resume dialogue could increase the risk of wider conflicts. Now, on the business news, Nigeria and the United States have reaffirmed their 5-year commercial and investment partnership at boosting private sector growth and trade. Officials from both countries met in Lagos to review progress in digital economy, infrastructure, and agriculture. Nigeria remains the second largest U.S. trading partner in Africa, with bilateral trade reaching $13 billion in 2024. The Nigerian government says that diversifying exports beyond oil remains the top priority. U.S. foreign direct investment in Nigeria is estimated at nearly $8 billion. Both sides pledged continued policy alignment to improve market access and reduce trade barriers. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA) has given domestic airlines 7 days to update booking systems to accommodate passengers with disabilities. The directive requires a clear options for requesting special assistance during ticket purchases. The regulator says previous compliance orders were ignored despite provisions in 2023 civil aviation regulations. Airlines and travel agents must now actively provide a visible field for special needs notification. The NCAA warns that failure to comply will attract enforcement actions. The move aims to align Nigeria's aviation sector with global accessibility standards. Disagreement over revenue allocation has delayed distribution of federal funds for January. Commissioners of Finance reportedly rejected the proposed 1.969 trillion naira, arguing it did not reflect actual December accruals. The Federation of Accounts Allocation Committee usually meets monthly to share revenue among federal, state, and local governments. The dispute has stalled disbursement for over 2 weeks. The delay is affecting public sector salary payments in several states. Negotiations are expected to continue as stakeholders seek consensus. Now in the Naira closed the week stronger at the official foreign exchange market, appreciating to 1,386.55 Naira per dollar. Central bank data shows a 2.53% weekly gain. The currency also strengthened at the parallel market, closing at 1,452 Naira per dollar. Analysts attribute the improvement to increased foreign exchange inflows and policy measures. Nigeria's external reserves rose to $46.17 billion. As of January 29, 2026, the growth provides additional support for exchange rate stability. Now, we go to the world of sports. Former heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua has publicly made a statement following a car accident in Nigeria that killed two members of his team. Joshua sustained minor injuries in the December crash near Lagos. He described the loss of his strength coach and personal trainer as deeply faithful and pledged support for their painful and for their families. The boxer said he is focusing on mental recovery and reflection. Meanwhile, the driver involved faces charges of dangerous driving causing death. Joshua's future in boxing remains uncertain as he gradually resumes training. CAF has handed Senegal coach Papa Bouena Touao a 5-match ban suspension and a $100,000 fine for unsupporting conduct during the AFCON final. The sanction followed a protest in which players briefly left the pitch. Fans launched fundraisers to assist with the fine, but Touao urged supporters to redirect donations to community causes. He thanked them for their solidarity. CAF also fined the Senegalese Football Federation and sanctioned several Moroccan officials. The disciplinary actions followed incidents during the heated final. Now still in sports, Nottingham Forest with Nigeria's all-liner will face Turkish side Fenerbahce in the Europa League playoffs. Forest will hold the second leg after finishing strongly in the league phase. Celtic, featuring Kelechi Iheanacho, will take on German club Stuttgart. The Scottish side hosts the first leg as both teams seek a place in the round of 16. The two-leg ties are scheduled for February 19 and 26, with the final set for May 2026 in Istanbul. Leaders gathered in Bayelsa State for the burial of the Deputy Governor Lawrence Eredapo, who died in December. President Tinubu was represented at the funeral alongside former President Goodluck Jonathan and other dignitaries. Tributes described the late Deputy Governor as disciplined and committed to inclusive governance. The funeral mass drew political leaders and community stakeholders from across the country. Two mourners died in a road accident involving a bus heading to the ceremony, while others were injured. Authorities confirmed the burial proceeded as planned. Now, we move over to entertainment. And in the entertainment story, we have Cardi B has dismissed speculation about the name of a newborn son with NFL player Stephon Diggs. The rapper corrected a fan online saying the widely rumored name was incorrect. The couple has kept the child's name private, though Cardi hinted at a football-related team. Fans have continued to speculate as Diggs prepare for the Super Bowl. Cardi B has been vocal in supporting Diggs' return from injury, sharing updates with followers during NFL season. And to end the news update, a recap of our top stories. The federal government has launched a comprehensive national plan designed to dismantle terrorist improvised explosive device (IED) networks as part of the renewed efforts to strengthen national security and combat insurgent activities across the country. On the foreign scene, tragedy has struck in Central Africa, where at least 227 people have confirmed dead following a massive mine collapse in Rubaya, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Rescue efforts are ongoing as the authorities investigate the cause of the disaster. In the world of business, Nigeria and the United States have entered into a major 5-year partnership aimed at boosting non-oil trade. The agreement is expected to expand export opportunities, strengthen private sector collaboration, and deepen economic ties between both nations. And in entertainment, American music star Cardi B has publicly addressed widespread rumors concerning the name of her newborn son. drawing significant attention from fans and the media. That concludes the news update on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the news producer and the team, I am Good Hope Chukuma. Have a wonderful morning.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today, we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, you know, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce. And those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in, even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just how do I put it? It's not. It's sometimes you ask question and human being explain with nature, but robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. Let me just say, some most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone as even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what to be computer literate that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into a technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it because if, for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app that is in my phone that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not know, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. The negative side I realize maybe it can make people become lazy because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I'll prefer human beings to educate my children because I think they for most had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So, if my child is above 15, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear, as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
The safety of the girl child remains a pressing concern in Enugu as incidents of sexual abuse continue to make headlines. Parents, communities, and authorities are being urged to step up efforts to protect young girls and ensure they grow up in a safe environment. Today, we are on the streets of Enugu to hear what the residents think about safeguarding the girl child.
One measure you can do is good parenting, because if the parents are able to inculcate or try to make sure the girl child knows her limits when it comes to the opposite sex, she will be able to also protect herself. Then I also think that it has to do with the environment as well. The people she associate with, the people she allowed to teach her what she's supposed to know as a girl. For instance, if you are the type that always go out with the wrong people, you always become wrong. You understand? So the girl child is a real problem that should be considered by their parents and also by whoever the parent allowed to associate with. For instance, most of them, at the age of 13, you see them roaming the streets, going here, going there, and before you know it, a girl that was once good becomes bad out of bad associations and all that. So for me, for a girl child to be able to get protection, she must be able to know that she has a future and she must set her goal. And she will not allow anyone to talk her out of her purpose, what she wants to become. By so doing, she'll be able to end up well. Then protecting the girl child, it has to do with also the government looking into that. I think gender affairs, they are the one also in charge of that aspect. So they are able to do a lot, you understand? So for me as a person, the reason why I stood out here to talk about this is because I've seen a lot happening to a girl child and I hate that with passion.
Parents will make time for their children, ask them questions. If there's anything they have to say, give them a listening ear. And if there is any problem they have to tell you, give them a listening ear to actually and if they tell you, don't neglect it, actually tackle it immediately. And also the government too should also give justice to those who have been abused, so that, and also to bring the culprits to book. And parents mostly, you should put eye on their children and also ask them questions, check their devices, because the smartphones we use these days are very corruptive. So check their devices to make sure that they're still on point, and yeah, also know the kind of people you leave your children with.
There are so many measures to take to protect girl child. The most important one is to educate them, because most times parents feel shy talking to their female children about sex, about their body. So the best thing is to educate them, tell them about their private part, tell them when someone touches them unnecessarily, they should report, all those things. Also, even if it's their dad, anybody, because now these days it's not easy. Girl childs are not safe right now, because they are even at the risk, even where they are supposed to be safe with their guardian, with their parents, they're even at risk. So the most important thing is that schools should take measures to educate girl childs, because most times female children that are abused don't even know that they are abused, because they don't know anything about it. So I think that's the best thing, educating them about it.
When you want to protect a girl child from being raped, you need to be friendly, you need to be lovely, you need to be a counselor, you need to be disciplined. But there are many ways to discipline any girl child especially. You know, there's a difference between male and female. The way you handle a male is not the way you handle a female. Most times, the way people used to say that now, Izunwanye sirike ngwongwo na ngwongwo juru ayaro. So, and we always need, like to Oliver Twist, I need some more. So they will always like to buy ice cream, buy suya, do this. Most of the parents take their children out, and you don't take your children out from January to December. So they need all those things. So when you don't do it, you still shun them off. So what are you doing as a parent? So I believe you need to bring them home. Give them listening ear. Whatever thing they learn outside there in school, in exam hall, out there, wherever they go, you need to hear from them. And when you hear from them, bring them down, call them to order, tell them the truth about the whole thing.
As voices from the streets make it clear, protecting the girl child requires vigilance, education, and community efforts. From Enugu, I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, reporting for Aneke TV.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofensala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be, restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Abani Road. While the person is at home. So, again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information, so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. It gets, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'll be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher, and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, making money. Even someone that didn't pass through the 4 walls of school, they are trying to make money with all these little things they learn. And I mean, it's extra source of income, so it's definitely going to solve problem.
From my opinion, I feel technology has made life easy rather than making it complicated, because we are in a modern era where technology has aided a lot of things and had made life more easy. For example, in the areas of communication, prior to this modern technology, we communicate to people through letter writing, and it takes probably 3 or 4 days before your message can get delivered to somebody, no matter how urgent it is. But these days, due to technology, you can be here now and communicate to somebody in America without delay. You don't even need flight to go to America. You don't need a visa to communicate with somebody in America. You can send email. You can message the person on WhatsApp. You can message the person on Facebook. So as far as I'm concerned, internet, technology has made the modern day life more easier. When it comes to the areas of education also, students have access to materials online as a result of technology. You mustn't buy a textbook these days before you get to maybe know something. You can be in Nigeria and have knowledge of a book that was written by somebody in America without going to America. So these are the things that technology has done.
When we talk about technology, the products of what most of the things we see today are technology. For instance, the vehicles passing on the road, they are all products of technology. So if I tell you that technology did not make life easier, that means I'm lying to myself. Because even where I'm standing right now is the product of technology that brought me here. Otherwise, I would have spent the whole day trekking from my house to this place. So technology has made life quite easier. It may have its own side effects, or what I may call disadvantages, demerits, but that doesn't mean that it has not done good to humanity. Technology has actually made life easier. Everything that has advantage or advantages also has some level of disadvantages. Even the safest drugs we take have their side effects. Therefore, technology is not an exception. So, and if you look at it, the vehicles we drive, if you didn't do the necessary maintenance on them, they may become killer machines. For instance, if the brake system is bad, then a crash will becomes imminent. Therefore, even in the use of technology, we must bring in checks and balances. We must set boundaries. We must also know how to apply technology so that it will not take over our natural capacity. If we did not take precautions, then it may destroy the whole system. But that doesn't mean that technology is bad. What matters is how we apply it. So my own advice on it is that while we key into the new technological system that is already in existence in our society today, we must also set boundaries and ensure that it did not replace our natural capacity and other tendencies we should have as human beings that make us human beings.
As we have seen, opinions on technology are mixed. While some say it simplifies life, others feel it adds new challenges. One thing is clear, no matter how advanced tech gets, it's changing the way we live, work, and connect. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV. Enugu State Government has convened a town hall meeting on land sector development as part of efforts to modernize land administration in the state. Held at the Dome Hall of the Enugu International Conference Center, the event brought together public officials, landowners, community leaders, and key stakeholders to deliberate on ongoing reforms in land governance and land titling. The engagement forms part of Governor Peter Mbah's broader initiative to strengthen transparency, improve efficiency, and provide clear guidance on land use policies, reflecting his commitment to inclusive governance and stakeholder participation. Speaking on behalf of the governor, Secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, highlighted the importance of land as a critical asset regulated by legal frameworks. He explained that ongoing reforms are designed to protect legitimate land ownership and clearly define land classification within the state.
If we acquire the land officially, you have the right to be informed. If the land has not been acquired and you're being charged all sorts of things, you need to also contest it if it's not harmonized and in line with our land laws. You need clarity. And that meeting will help you. And again, you particularly, when you're done, please send an email to that. I'd like to know some of the issues relating to that area.
Also addressing the gathering, Managing Director of the Enugu State Geographic Information Service, NGIS, Mr. Chiwetalo Nwatu, provided updates on the state's land harmonization process. He revealed that ground rent, land use charges, and other property-related fees are being consolidated into a single annual payment structure, simplifying compliance and enhancing revenue administration.
The idea is to make land accessible, also ensure that issues of double allocation, issues of land grabbing, and issues related to people not being able to access their properties are sorted out while this administration is on. The impact of this in the states is simple. Today, before, even as we were in this meeting, several developers who were interested in coming here have signified further interest because of this reduction. One good thing that is going to happen is that you're going to have influx of people in the states, developing properties, house rents will drop, and there'll be more buildings, both for commercial and residential use in the states.
The executive chairman of Enugu State Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Emmanuel Ekene Nnamani, emphasized that tax filing remains mandatory and announced that residents with a National Identification Number, NIN, are automatically issued a tax identification card.
When we agreed with the matter and the market leaders, we agreed that when somebody pays his tax, he should not pay any other thing apart from security levy, which is being used to maintain what they call the order in the market. So I'm hearing for the first time that you are still paying any other thing outside the security levy. What the government approves is make payment of your tax, 36,000 in the market, then the union or the leaders collect what we call security levy. So outside that security levy, I've not heard of any other thing in any other market. And we have been doing it for the past 2 years, getting to 3 years now. So we have not heard about it. You saying it happened, then we need to do more investigation about it.
The town hall concluded with an interactive session where participants sought clarifications on policy changes and explored practical steps towards achieving a more transparent and efficient land administration system in Enugu State. Jennifer Onibo, Aneke TV.
Morning, and thank you for boarding the week in retrospect. As we know, today is the last day of the month of January 2026, and it's a big pleasure to share this day with you. I am still your host, Uche Osai.
And I'm good of Chukuma joining in the week in retrospect.
All right, you know that the week in retrospect is where we'll bring you the news headlines, topical issues that dominated the week, and today will be no exception. We promise that today will be fully power packed. Issues will be debated, analyzed, and of course, we'll make it tasty for you.
Right after we bring you up to date with news reports and newspaper headlines throughout the week.
All right, and before we get into serving you that hot news issues that dominated this week, we'll have a special guest that will be joining us to analyze these issues, speaking to Dr. Ima Ago. Dr. Ima Ago, it's a pleasure to have you on Retrospect this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, and I want to ask, how is Nigeria treating you?
I think just like I've told you before, all of us have become managers.
We've become managers?
Yes.
That means we are doing well.
Not really doing well, but you need to cut so many things to be able to live. We are just existing. We are not living.
No, excuse me. We are just existing and not living.
Yes.
When you say we are just existing and not living, what do you mean, Doc?
We've not been able to live like other nations of the world that started with us. Look at the infrastructure, look at other things that are needed in the economy. So that is living and existing are not the same thing. We are just existing. We have not really come there yet.
Okay, well, I miss all this. Yes, you say we are just existing, but a lot of people may, disagree with you. But I want to ask, Nigerians, despite the challenges, have remained one of the most patriotic people on earth. Why are we so patriotic if Nigeria is not treating us fairly well?
There is this general belief in the mindset of people that sometimes when you come out to vent your anger in a violent way, you may not really get what you want. So we simply believe that it's going to get better in the nearest future. That is the general belief. So not really, sometimes things don't change when you begin to agitate or oppose the ruling faction. Sometimes you support them also. By supporting them, supporting the system, playing your part, then you now get incremental modification and changes.
All right, and that is Dr. Ima Ago here on the retrospect. Before we get into the news details that dominated the headlines throughout the week, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll serve you the news issues hot.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. And we'll move over to Mr. Goodhope, who will serve us the news headlines starting from today.
All right, to the newspaper headlines first. Let's take a look at today's newspaper, starting with The Nation. The Nation says dispute over 1.9 trillion naira FAAC funds delays January salary nationwide. Now in the Punch it says Crusade Row rattles CAN and PFN. Now in Vanguard you say we are seeing that Nigerians back Governor Bago on single tenure for governors, says President. Now in Weekend Trust we have a electoral bill, what's at stake for 2027. Now going back to where we are going to start, that's the Vanguard, of course. It says Nigerians back Governor Bago on single tenure for governors, president. It's said this way that public debate is heating up after Niger State Governor Mohamed Bago renewed calls for a single tenure system for governors and the president. According to reports, many Nigerians support the idea, arguing it would reduce election cost, cut political distractions, and allow leaders to focus fully on governance. Critics, however, warn that constitutional amendment would be complex and insist that accountability could suffer without the pressure of re-election.
All right. This morning we're seeing this making the headline. It takes courage for a governor who stands to benefit, on what the status quo is, coming out publicly to speak against the very status quo, the very system and structure that will benefit him. It takes brutal sincerity and courage to come out to say that. And there's no doubt that many Nigerians would support that argument. And if one may recall, Dr. Ima, in around 2014 that we had a confab, national confab, one of the reports coming out from that confab was speaking strictly to this issue of single term for president and governors as well. In fact, he spoke categorically that every elected position should be made to be a one-term tenure. And here we have the governor of Niger State, Governor Mohamed Umar Bago, still speaking to the same issue. And if when we hear what Mr. Goodhope was reading about this situation, we see that there are a whole lot of issues around it, such that even the governors, lack the will to implement certain policies or effect certain changes for fear that that may impact their re-election bid into the next election cycle. Dr. Ma, what do you have to say about this issue?
Well, thank you so much. Coming to the issue of having this second tenure, I sincerely don't support the idea of, this single tenure for governors and the president and other maybe local government chairmen. When someone is doing good or somebody is delivering and doing what he or she has been voted to do, the idea, it doesn't really make sense. Yes, it doesn't really make sense. As somebody will normally say in normal parlance that you don't change a winning team. Yes, I would want a situation whereby you allow somebody that has started to complete that second tenure. And even in our traditional democracies, it doesn't even have any duration. And that is why sometimes they will tell you to pray for your leaders, so that if eventually you stumble across a good one, then you continue to enjoy in perpetuity. So single tenure or no single tenure for me is distraction. If somebody comes in with program, allow the person to roll it out, implement, then maybe during the second tenure, the person will continue. And even if he or she does not conclude, you will simply create steps that will enable your successor to continue from where you stopped. Because government or governance should be a continuum. It shouldn't just end in a tenure thing. If you now say one tenure for this person, one tenure for another person, as we look differently, that is how our mindset is structured. It's going to lead to a lot of issues.
All right. Now that you're speaking, against the issue of a single tenure. But before I get into that, you did mention that the traditional democracy did not support tenure system, which is why, according to you, we are always being told to keep praying for our leaders. What do you mean by the traditional democracy?
Good. You know, I told you that democracy has to do with the way people are elect or appoint their leaders. In our traditional societies, our traditional rulers in some of these communities don't have stipulated tenure. Sometimes it will, when you stumble across somebody who is not good enough, people suffer. But if you happen to, see a situation where people select, so to say, or appoint or elect somebody who is benevolent, you will now see a change in the general, aspect of people's life, because the person will carry everybody along. I don't want to really give you examples outside Nigeria, but we know that when Gaddafi was in Libya, he did work very well. And some of the people that don't like him say that he has been there for too long.
Sorry, Doc. Are you, canvassing for return to dictatorship?
Not really.
Part of what Gaddafi was being accused of is dictatorship. And that is stifling the opinion of the masses. Yes, you may give it to him that, yes, he engineered development in Libya, but that was not a democracy where people's will were suppressed for the will of one man.
The essence of governance is to, elevate the standard of living. Now that you have the so-called democracy in Libya, where are they now? Are they better off since the death of Gaddafi? I told you that in every democracy, in every society, democracy is not, they have to a kind of democracy develop in line with the nature of the society. In fact, it is evolving. That is why sometimes they will tell you, just like in Nigeria where you have a lot of diversities, they will always tell you rotational system. What is the idea behind rotational system? To carry everybody along. If you allow this democracy thing, the majority will always carry the vote. And when the majority carries the vote, there is this tendency of sidelining the interest of the minority group. And when these things keep happening, you will now see that one day the so-called democracy will not really give you the desired result.
Doc, if I understand you correctly, you are saying that democracy is not the best form or the best system of governance, that we should perhaps inculcate a little bit of authoritarianism into democracy, so I will have a situation where the majority will not always, dominate the minority. But it is been argued, especially when one takes a cue from the Igbo Republican system, that democracy, if well applied, is the best form of governance.
Well, it appears as if you didn't get me well. I didn't mix my words when I said democracy is a way people choose their leaders. It is not autocracy. It is not authoritarianism. It is not all these things. Democracy has to do with the will of the people. You must not follow the liberal Western, ideals. We have our own system. And if really we follow it, it always results in selecting people that have the interest of people at heart. So democracy for me, if really you want to situate it to what I may call micro-level analysis, wherever you have more than one person, then the need to allow people to ventilate their views in issues affecting them to that extent is democratic. That is why in Igbo language they will tell you Ochichi onye kwuo uche ya. So democracy has to do with people being allowed to make key decisions on issues or matters affecting them. That is democracy.
Let's get back to this very issue. We're talking about tenured system, especially a single term for elected public office holders. Part of the argument a number of times is that they are distracted more often with elections, how to get into the second tenure, hindering development. And like Governor Mohamed Bargo has cited, a number of times they are incapacitated from implementing policies that they know would bring development for the good of the people. They sacrifice it on the altar of political exigencies to ensure that they are re-elected into office.
Yes, I heard you. Even if you now restrict the tenure to one tenure, the same issue will still play out. Some of them will equally come into the office and decide not to do anything and wait for expiration of their tenure. So I think there is this greater tendency, because the essence of governance is when you look at to what extent has the people benefited from government policies and program. And even if you want to look at Enugu State, for instance, there are so many projects that are still lying, which I believe that one day this present administration would look at. You can imagine when you have one tenure, some of these programs and government projects will still continue, and you have a lot of unfinished. Look at this secretariat started by Barrister Sullivan Chime. I would want, in as much as I believe that this system is doing well, I would want a situation where the governor decides to look at it and bring about expeditious completion of these projects, so that all the ministries in Enugu State will be situated in that place called secretariat, and there will be this interministerial relationship. That is how it is designed. So you can imagine where you have one tenure. You may even start something and leave it after 2 years, knowing fully well that he will go. Because this second tenure syndrome would want somebody to look at the lifespan of a particular project. And even if he or she does not finish it in a single tenure, would want to continue and finish it in the second tenure. That is my own view, my humble view about.
Your views are tenable, but you are speaking on the altar of continuity to see that projects are implemented through the lifespan of a government. But there will always be two sides to every debate. There are people who will always differ.
Okay, thank you very much. Today in the Punch we have Crusade Row Rattles Can PFN. Crusade Row Rattles Can and PFN. A controversy surrounding a recent Christian crusade has sent shockwaves through Nigeria's major church bodies. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Allegations of exclusion, doctrinal differences, and leadership disputes have deepened divisions within the Christian community. Both organizations are now facing calls from worshippers to de-escalate tensions and focus on unity amid the country's current social and economic challenges. Yes,
looking at the issues surrounding CAN, PFN, this is not the first time we are seeing allegations against CAN and PFN. Over time, there has been infighting within these very Christian bodies that, there's a general body. When you speak to CAN is the general body that oversees the affairs of Christians in Nigeria. And then the PFN is that body that supervises the activities of the Pentecostals in Nigeria. But we know that we may not be able to separate politics from every human organization. And these Christian bodies are not, shielded from these internal wranglings as well. Now that we've heard this morning that Reverend Yinka Yusuf has come out publicly to accuse the parent body of sabotage, seeing that his crusade did not go as scheduled. I will tell you that this is not the first time that we are witnessing such situation. But I will move to Dr. Ima. Dr. Ima, we are seeing infighting in the Christian bodies. There seems to be singing, in discordant tunes. A Christian body that should, have one mantra, the scripture, which is the doctrinal guideline for the Christians all over the world. But here we are seeing infighting. A Reverend Yinka Yusuf has come out to accuse the public of sabotaging his crusade slated to hold in Uyo, Akwa Ibom. Though we know that the government has come out equally to, side the Christian bodies. But what's your view to these whole wranglings among in the Christian body?
Well, naturally, disagreements are inevitable, even in body of Christ, even in the Bible. Remember when the early Christians were going about, trying to propagate the teachings of, Christianity or teachings of Christ. Sometimes you see people trying to, because it is natural. Man has this natural inclination to follow what he instincts, to go in line with his ideas and instinct, which may not really be in tandem with another person. But the question I want to ask now is this really the time for us to start emphasizing on these differences? Remember what happened in Turkey. Christians were busy fighting among themselves. This other group, Muslims, now took it, capitalized on it, and before they know what was happening, the whole thing was done. And the same thing now wants to happen and repeat itself in Nigeria. Why are we emphasizing on differences? Doctrine, as far as I'm concerned, is natural. Some families will tell you that it is good to eat with left hand. Others will tell you that it is better to eat with right hand. Others might even come out tomorrow and tell you that it is good to eat with your mouth straight on the plate. That is why we have some of these issues, little differences. When you look at marriage right, it is not entirely the same, because human beings must follow things the way they perception, their worldview. And all these things to a great extent affect religion. Because most of the things you see today when I say religion, I mean organized religion. Because organized religion is not shielded from some of these shenanigans that is inherent in human nature. People differ. People must differ. But you must not allow these differences to, affect the core issues.
All right, Doc, when we look at the issue at hand here, we've seen Reverend Yusuf, who is organizing, was supposed to have a crusade between 9th to 15th of February in your Akwa Ibom State, for example, who has, according to him, he has moved all equipment, logistics, and he is expecting over 4,000 ministers from from USA and outside the country to, all, gather in Uyo for this very crusade. And what are the reasons? According to him, the government has cited security reasons, but at the same time, he is, quoted to have said that the Deeper Life, has a crusade which has more in attendance, more persons as to compare to his own crusade is going on. What is the security challenge concerning his own, and why is he prompted to move his own forward because of another crusade by a Kenyan prophet coming to you? And when you look at these whole issues, and I follow your line of thought, you are advocating that these are necessary exigencies that must happen where there is a congregation of diverse opinion. But we are saying that this is a Christian body, that should embody the dictates of Christ, being followers of Christ. That rather there should have been a way to see that issues of this nature are resolved without coming out to the public.
Yes, you have said it. And just like what you have read out, these differences, doctrinal differences, should not really be brought to the table when these matters are supposed to go outside to where outside to the public domain. Do you understand? And to a very great extent, if the governor does not support a particular denomination, he may use excuses, citing security challenges, to stop them from Remember that the target is the people. But I think at this stage, they should target on, the primary target should be on evangelism, trying to preach the gospel and trying to win souls, and not looking at these. Just remember what I told you, that these are warning signs. These are warning signs. All these things that are playing out today in this country has once happened in Turkey. If you read the story about Turkey, you will see that the Christians were busy trying to heighten and emphasize on differences, while these other guys just closed their ranks and were busy doing the other thing. And before you knew it, the whole Christians were wiped out. The same thing is trying to play out. So we have to be very careful this time and try to emphasize on areas of similarity so that we can work together and know when there is threat, especially threat that is going to affect everybody.
All right, thank you very much for that. We are looking at the Weekend Trust newspaper. It says electoral bill, what's at stake for 2027? As the 2027 general election draws closer, attention is firmly on the electoral bill currently before the National Assembly. Key issues on the table include electronic transmission of results, tighter campaign finance rules, and clearer guidelines for party primaries. Analysts say the fate of the bill could determine whether 2027 elections are more transparent or repeat the familiar controversies of past polls.
All right. Doc, we've been looking and hearing about issues around the electoral reform. We've heard from the Senate, a lot of persons have accused the Senate, of delaying this very amendment. But when you look at what the law says, the Electoral Act 2022 mandates the INEC must publish. That's when you go to section 28, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2022. It mandates INEC to publish at least around the 30 states of the Federation and FCT for 360 days before an election, that they have to publish the election timetable and venues for submissions as well. And then we are seeing these delays coming into 2026, and we were told that election was supposed to take place in 2027. What do you have to say to these whole delays as to the amendment of the electoral bill? And I have heard you in the past where you complained about the issues surrounding the IRF, the beavers. Now we need to have a law guiding collection and submission and the rules to the engagement and use of electronic machines in the election.
Thank you so much. I so much believe in incremental modification.
Okay.
And I also believe that no man can fall if you are tripped. If you step over if you step on a stone and fell down. Whenever you get to that point, you'll be very, very conscious. What marred the previous election is that transmission, electronic transmission. And not every Nigerians would want the Senate, the National Assembly, to work expeditiously on this aspect. Otherwise, some of them in the civil society are saying that they will campaign for people not to come out to vote. Because without this online transmission of results, you will see that it will still go the same way. Look at what happened in presidential election, and look at what happened in other elections, and look at the kind of results we had, especially in senatorial election, House of Rep election, where the whole thing came out. Even the so-called heavyweights, in quotes, could not survive because of this online transmission. We saw a tsunami. Yes, somebody will call it bandwagon effect. But because of this delay, because of this non-transmission of this result, we all started saying that the deed has been done. Now, I don't see if Nigerians would welcome any change that is different from the, trying to make legislations that will make it criminal if INEC refuse or delays in transmitting this result, because that is where we are now. And once we get it right, believe you me, the whole thing about electoral issues will be sorted out once and for all.
But Doc, given these very discrepancies, do you have faith that the legislature will be able to give us an electoral act or bill that would guide 2027 election, making it more credible, free, fair, and acceptable to the generality of Nigerians and beyond?
It depends on how the civil society tries to, mount subtle pressure on them. Because ordinarily, some of them are beneficiaries of all these electoral issues. In fact, it has become a conundrum. Every time people will vote and the actual result will not count. So I am expecting that the civil society will mount pressure, because there will be a lot of public hearing where people will go and tell them how to do it. Do you understand? Naturally, they will want to use, I told you about delay and denial the other day. They will use delay tactics, and before you know it, it will become a denial game. Do you understand? I would want a situation where the civil society will organize themselves to mount pressure. This is the only point that we need to be addressed. And when we do it, Nigeria will change.
All right. Thank you very much for that submission. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll start with the newspaper headlines from Monday.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and we're still on the week in retrospect. Now we'll move over to the news headlines that made it on Monday.
So on Monday, the news headlines from the Nation newspaper says tax laws, House of Reps rejects minority caucus report. In the Punch, 2027, ADC cracks as obedience demand presidential ticket. Now in the Vanguard, $11 billion lost in skills shortage as tech sector outgrows workforce. On the Guardian newspaper, decades of trade deals failed to win Nigeria off crude oil dependence. Now we go over to the Punch, and it says ADC cracks as obedience demand presidential tickets. Political tensions are heating up as cracks begin to show within the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Members aligned with the political popular obedience movement are reportedly pushing hard for the party's presidential ticket ahead of the 2027 elections. The demand is causing internal strain, raising questions about party unity and the direction ADC may take as election season draws closer.
All right. So we're looking at the Punch newspaper for Monday, where we're seeing that ADC cracks as obedient demand presidential ticket come 2027. And I'm asking, the obedience, do they have right to place a demand on the party, the ADC? We're told the ADC is a coalition, and in coalition, all voices should be heard. So what right do they have to place a demand on ADC that the ticket must be awarded to their own candidate?
Thank you so much. When you look at that headline, you see that the demand by the obedient movement is coming from the background of frustration that they have from so many years of promises that are not met, recycled leaders that keep coming to do one thing or the other. And having looked at the whole configuration of ADC, they are looking at P2B as number one. And they are not mixing words. They say that wherever P2B goes is where they are going. And they keep saying that they are not even interested in the ADC, that they are following P2B. That if P2B goes out, they will follow him. This is a man who has really, in fact, they see him as the hope of a new Nigeria. Do you understand? Because we've seen all these people, we've equally seen P2B, if you ask them. But they see this man as a game changer. And any attempt to really, if we are them in ADC, you really want to build, I think you have to take it from where you have. Because when they look at themselves internally, they will do it in such a way that they'll bring out their best. That there's no way you can win a match by playing your second 11. They know. Everybody know who won the last election. I don't want to be categorical about it, but we knew. To the extent that one man went to the court with television and so many evidence, and yet could not get it. We all know. So wherever this man goes, the youths are very, very unequivocal and categorical about it. They are following him. So all this crack and all this uncrack, for them, that point where they wanted him to come and join that political party, they must have sorted these things out. So you cannot allow, you don't want to use his integrity to sell the image of the party. Do you understand? P2B has built this integrity over the years.
But don't you think that this may cause internal wranglings in the ADC, leading to a watered down opposition?
And let me even ask you, without P2B in ADC, do you think that they are a force? Let us be very objective.
They are not a force.
They are not.
You are speaking of the former.
Look at what happened. Look at what happened. Look at what happened in Labour Party.
What happened?
Now that he left Labour Party, who is talking about Labour Party again?
But again,
wherever he goes, even if he goes to an unfinished building, to an umbrella tree, Nigerian youths who have suffered in the past from some of this leadership that has not provided anything would want to follow him there. And this time around, the only thing that will unlock some of these things is IREC. That is where we missed it out. The youth missed it out. Transmission of results online. And if it has happened, you would have seen what result will look like.
Doc, if I may, you have ADC populated by former vice presidents who equally like former Governor P2B, came to the table with 12 states as well. And you have the likes of former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. You have former Governor of Kaduna State, who have Senator Tambuwa. They are political heavyweights that Mr. P2B would need, if he is to be their candidate. But what I'm asking you this morning, in view that when you argue that the youths are yearning for Mr. P2B, same argument is being tropped up by the supporters of Waziri Adamawa, former vice president of Nigeria as well. So I ask, the position of the obedient movement, if do not agree in any way, would cause internal wranglings in ADC, forcing them to perhaps go the way of Labour Party?
Thank you so much. There is no point saying that Waziri Adamawa is not a force, but we are looking at what played out in the last election and what will likely play out this time around. Do you understand? You know, the other day I described P2B as a beautiful maiden, which everybody wants to get close to. And I told you that if really you want to do it, it is not about ego, it is about integrity, it is about somebody who is currently enjoying this followership, charismatic, blind followership for now. Do you understand? Somebody who went to tax office, they asked him to bring 6 years clearance. He brought 20 years clearance. I think I don't want to begin to tell you, list so many things that Nigerians know about him that is responsible for this kind of followership. If really ADC wants to change this thing, they want to draw Nigeria out and make things better, why don't you ask P2B to go and do a tenor and forget about what the obedience are saying? They are simply, it is just a threat to ADC party hierarchy that if things don't go the way they expect, because of course obedience will expect P2B to be given the presidential ticket. And remind you, before this thing started, similar thing happened in PDP in the previous election. P2B left. You can imagine Labour Party when he entered Labour Party. Who is talking about Labour Party? And look at the reason why some of these things became out of control is because of this age that we are in. Electronic age, information age. Look at what these Gen Zs are doing. And they believe that this is the man who can deliver Nigeria out of the present wood. And they are not mincing words. He has said it. And P2B is even strategic in whatever he does. He has a way of transmitting message to Nigerians. The other day he traveled to Egypt. What was the caption? That he went to look at their power sector to see how he can put the results or experiences into Nigerian situation.
All right, granted. But when it comes to one thing is party politics before you speak to the general election, you speak to P2B's credibility. But within party politics, another thing is viability. And the party stands to look at who win election for them.
We are talking about credibility and you're talking about viability. Can you now explicitly separate viability?
These are what the party will consider. They will look at a credible and a viable candidate.
P2B is a credible candidate. They will look at somebody from the north. Combination of Christian-Muslim ticket. That was even part of the reason why this present administration is having issues. You have Muslim ticket, and now there is silence, complicity on this religious extremism. Nothing is being done. People are now saying it is as a result of this Muslim ticket, and they want to change it. But it's very difficult for you now to change.
All right, Doc,
do you understand?
If I let you go on this issue, I know you're quite passionate when P2B's name is mentioned, but I want to ask, let's see a scenario where the P2B movement and P2B himself and the obedient movement, they don't secure the tickets of the ADC. Do you see a possibility of a return to Labour Party?
He will go, definitely. Even if not Labour Party, he will go. Who is the current chairman of Labour Party? Nenadi Usman. Yes. I told you that the statement she made about P2B's leaving the party was not negative. Do you understand? So these are games. They will just try to leave all these openings. When things don't work out this time around, he will go back. Nigerians want this guy. Let us not try to play it down.
But, Doc, would that not be playing into the hands of the ruling party? That we'll go back into the same scenario in 2023 where we had multiple opposition political parties against a ruling party?
Whether you call it multiple opposition what I see that played out in the last election was simply APC, PDP, and Labour Party. And that is where you have the gladiators.
But this same scenario will favor the APC more, rather than having a coalition into a party, bringing all the big wigs together.
It will not favor APC. No, I'm not trying to cut you short. Let them first of all amend that electoral act, and you see what will happen in this country. They know. Why are they trying? Where are they trying to make everybody become members of APC? What is it? Why are they going about trying to, increase the members of this political party? Why do we have some of these problems in other parties? What I'm trying to tell you now is, let them just look at the electoral act, and Nigerians will vote wisely. And mind you, there are good people in APC presently that will still be voted into power in the next dispensation, because Nigerians are becoming wiser. And the state of the economy is even a big lesson for each and every one of us.
All right. Let's move on to Tuesday.
All right, Tuesday headlines from the nation. Kano quakes with governor, lawmakers' defection to APC. And the Punch, military investigation ends. Defense headquarters moves to arraign alleged coup plotters. In the Vanguard, coup, 16 indicted officers to face court-martial, DHQ. In the Guardian, residents on the brink as rents spike above yearly income in major cities. We go...
let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper.
Yes.
Doc, when we look at the Vanguard newspaper, we're seeing a queue issue, and according to the defense headquarters, we are being told that 16 indicted officers are to face court-martial. Now, around October, the military hierarchy came out to debunk the news, making the round of a possibility of a coup against this very government. But today, they've owned up to the act after due investigation that certain officers from the rank of captain to brigadier general were culpable and will be tried. What do you have to say to this issue of coup in Nigeria under this dispensation, being that this has been a long time we witness such scenario? The last time we experienced anything like military dictatorship in Nigeria ended pre-1999 with the demise of former head of state, General Sani Abacha.
Thank you so much. I think what played out when the military came out to debunk, I think they were simply busy trying to, evaluate the extent of involvement of all these things. Because remember that in trying to unravel the mystery behind some of these activities, they will look at the extent of involvement. They will equally bug into their phones to check their statements. So when they came out to say there was no coup, so I remember the word used by the previous administration. They said phantom coup. That was when I heard that word, phantom. So by this time around, they said no coup. And after some time, they now started saying that this thing actually happened, when they must have ascertained the level of involvement of some of these individuals who played this role and who played that role. And some people are even saying that we are now in democratic dispensation, that it is no longer tenable or even permissible to try them in the military way, that you have to try them in the court of law. After all, it is Nigerians that voted Tinubu. People like Falana are saying that these guys should be tried at the court of law. That if you want to charge them for treason, let it not be military way. That we are now in a democracy. Others are saying no, allow them to do it their own way, that there are technical issues. Because if you want to talk about military tribunal is an example of a delegated adjudication. There are some strategic technical matters that will be better, tackled when you allow military to do it their own way. These are some of the arguments for and against.
Moving over to Wednesday.
All right, on Wednesday, Punch says investigation uncovers colonel who plotted to oust President Tinubu. In the Vanguard, FG, Northern leaders, lawyers differ on amnesty for terrorists. In the Daily Trust, Nigeria and Turkey sign pact on counter-terrorism. In the Guardian, ADC hosts opposition show of force, unity push ahead of 2027. Looking at the Vanguard, FG, Northern leaders, lawyers differ on amnesty for terrorists.
All right, Doc, when we look at this headline, we are seeing a situation emanating from different approach between the federal government and the subnational. For instance, at Katsina State, where we saw a move or a news headline that the state government intended to release 70, alleged terrorists who've been in detention back to the armed group as a way of making peace, though they've come out again to debunk or deny that allegation. But we've seen a different approach by the subnational and the federal government. And now we're seeing that both the federal government, northern leaders, we've seen Arewa Consultative Forum, and so many other pan-cultural organizations come up publicly to differ on or speak against amnesty for terrorists who have raised arms against the Nigerian state. And many have argued that it is within the prerogative of the federal government, if there is anything like amnesty that will be granted such insurgents, though some learned lawyers as well, even from the office of the Attorney General of the Federation, are of the view that so far as these individuals contravened the law and are within the purview of the state government to try them, that they equally have the right to grant such amnesty. But I asked this morning your position on issue of amnesty to non-terrorists.
Well, I told you that this security issue in Nigeria has become politicized. Why? I don't see reason why you make it an issue of debate whether to grant them amnesty or not. These are some of the issues these are some of the things you don't even make public, because we have every state should have their own position on terrorism. Just like if you go to America, they will tell you that American government does not negotiate with terrorists. Nigeria should first of all have their own stand and position on these issues, and not having two sides of and not having people coming to say whether you should grant them amnesty or not. Do you understand? Nigeria should first of all have their own policy position on terrorism as a country. If you have it, that will now go a long way to now say whether you should grant them amnesty or not.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc. And then moving over to Friday.
The Friday newspaper. From the Nation, Senate takes step to fast-track Electoral Act 2022 amendments. From Punch, federal government's 9 trillion naira domestic loans, such drains lifeline from businesses. From Vanguard, petrol to cost more as crude oil price rises further. From The Guardian, how varsities must produce research without solutions to societal ills. A new analysis is questioning why Nigerian universities are producing large volumes of research with little impact on real-life problems. Experts argue that many academic studies are driven by promotion requirements rather than practical solutions, leaving critical societal issues such as health, agriculture, and infrastructure.
All right, Doc, here is your domain. We are seeing reports that universities in Nigeria especially are producing research without solution. We've seen a lot of research publications, research by institutions, and here we are being told that a high prof has no solution to our societal ills. What do you have to say to this?
Thank you so much. First of all, there is no research, there is no approved research topic. Because one of the yardstick or criteria for allowing a particular project to go through is the first of all, they will look at the relevance of that topic. There is no way, if it's sometimes when you come with a topic, they will tell you that this area has been over-researched. Please go and look at it. So there is no research that has no practical solution to the economy. But the question now is, to what extent have those in authority been able to assess the results, research results? And even if you want to do your own, to what extent have they been able to meet the experts in certain fields for implementation? Because if you go to universities, and I still believe, there are some sectors in the economy that you don't need to use politicians if really you want to get results. Go and look for technocrats, and that is what the present administration in Enugu State has done to a very great extent. There are some areas you need technocrats. And what are these what do they do? Is it not research findings? It is research finding. Before you even call it a research topic, some of the key players in a particular discipline will look at it, look at the relevance, look at how important this particular topic will be. Some of these things are just in the archives and in so many libraries. I have my own, from MSc to PhD. It is just in my head. Whenever I see an opportunity, that is when you begin to see some of these things begin to play out. I am a doctor of industrial and organizational psychology. And sometimes I become so angry when I see things not done the way it should. That is just that.
Doc, I know you have a lot to say, but for want of time, this is the much we can take today on the week in retrospect. And we'll thank you, Dr. Imago, for joining us on the week in retrospect. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes. My pleasure.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, this is the much we can take today on the week in retrospect. And it will come your way same time next week. On behalf of all of us here on the week in retrospect at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for joining us. I'm still your host, Uche Osai.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching.
Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
We're on campus today talking to freshers about their first days in university, the surprises, the challenges, and the excitement of beginning a new journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
My advice is that always come for lectures and always concentrate because it's not easy in universities like this to not to come to lectures and you think that you just come for exam and that, right? And also be coordinated and also anything they ask for, just always do it and always be punctual in everything. And also if you want to become one of the best in IMT, you have to follow up if it's a practical and all that things. You always be the best. Always in a spiritual life like this, always follow God. Do not backslide. Like my spiritual father always say that any day, anytime, do not rely on men, but rely on God only. Do not ever say that you want to go and meet man for something. Always rely on God. Even though you have problems, just always rely on God. And even for relationship like this, do not think that a relationship can be just for nothing. If what be in a relationship like this, always be smart. Do not get relationship to get into your head, but always be smart in this kind of relationship.
The advice that I will give to my fellow freshers is that focus on yourself and know what you came to campus to do. Know what you came to campus to do, because so many people are here not just to read board, to get distracted, and so many are here to distract others that wants to achieve something in the future. And also, like me coming to this school, this place is not my intention. I don't want to come here, but the way I'm seeing things and the friends that I'm making, it's giving me vibe that I should stay calm and look forward for my future. Like, I see so many people with ambition in this school, and many that are here just to have fun and all stuff. You understand? My fellow freshers, I would like to say, anything about God, just take it serious, because you don't know what plan that God has for you. You might just think like me. I had a vision that led me to IMT, because the school that I intended to go is UNN, but I had a vision for IMT, and I know that God has something for me here. You understand? And first of all, in aspect of relationship with God, obedience is better than sacrifice. Just obey and leave everything to God. Like our lecturer on Com 115 said, just do 50 and leave 50 to God, or you do 40 and leave 60 to God. You can't leave everything to God. You understand? And find people that you know they are serious with relationship with God, not people that loves to party and loves whiling their time. You understand? And try to endeavor in a fellowship program or in a society like a fellowship society that can be following you up about your spiritual life and other stuffs. And also try to have mentors. People that if you have problem with, you can go to them and say, sir, this is what I'm battling with. Like, you understand? Like, so many of us are passing through a lot. So many of us are facing a lot of challenges, like, let me say, lust, masturbation, lesbianism. But if you have a spiritual mentor that is highly ranked in the spirit, he will guide you. He will guide you, understand? Don't make friends with hooligans then. You understand? So that's my advice for a fresher. Always love things about.
To freshers, to me, from my own experience and perspective, school is not an easy task, but it's easy. Only when you want to make it easy. It is less for you. Because I know that this life, the way you lay your bed is the way you lie on it. You as a fresher, as a beginner, all you need to do, one, is to ask those that has been in the game before you how it has been, like how they have been playing the game, understand? And you as a fresher, never you try to prove to your lecturers that you are stubborn. Always cooperate with them. One, make sure you go to class. Although normally it's not more that everybody will go to class, but try as possible as you can. Make sure you go to class. Take your lectures very serious. Study hard. But to me, it's not more that everybody must study. But at least try your best. Understand? Because when you try your best, they will know how they will help you out. The most annoying part is that you are not putting effort, and you'll be expecting somebody to come and assist you. Understand? Anybody that wants to assist you is trying to pull his or herself down. Understand? So when you make a move, they will help you to move.
My advice to freshers is they should, as a fresher, they should focus on their studies and try to be oriented on the environment of the school. So it's only advice. In aspect of spiritual life, I would say that they should focus, though everybody has their own religion, so they should focus on their religions, trying to pray that the God they are serving should help them pass through.
I'm going to say about the relationship that if you're not ready for anything, just don't go into it because it's going to drain you. Yes. But the academical stuff, I'm going to advise them to take their studies seriously, like in secondary school. That they should not just pass over anyone. They should take it serious because most of it you're going to see there, and you cannot run away from it. Then about the God spiritual life, they should hold God very well because without God they are nothing. There are going to be so many pressures to join this, to join that, maybe from the new classmates that you met. You just have to hold God and then know God. It's going to help you along the way.
First, I would say let them, take their studies very serious. Wise up because scammers they fool this school. So and take God things serious. Worship God very well. Good, give your life to Christ. Many things. So, and the last one, take your studies very well.
Those are the voices of freshers sharing their thoughts and advice as they begin this important chapter. We wish them success as they settle into the university life. Thanks for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Hello there, amazing teenager. Welcome to another beautiful edition of Teens Fun Hub, coming your way at Aneke TV. Here at Teens Fun Hub is where we keep it real. We talk about things that matter very, very well to you. We make these points that you like to hear. Those little things that you discuss with your friends. We talk about them here too, just to keep you entertained. I am your host, Auntie Ongi, your favorite auntie. Always here to keep you together. Now, in our today's edition, we've got a lot of exciting packages for you. Starting from the discussion segment, where we'll be talking about relationship. Our health segments, where we talk about the health and gut health. Our entertainment gist, and also the Odogu and Achalugo segment. I hope you're ready to dive in with us. Remember to follow us on our social media platforms on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Stay tuned. Let's go. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Now let us join Princess as she entertains us with some juicy gist. Are you ready to get entertained? I know you are.
Thank you, Anthony, for having me on the show today. Hi, viewer. My name is Annie Princess, your gistmate. And today on Entertainment Gist, I will be gisting you about Very Dark Man and Mr. Jollof. Very Dark Man and Mr. Jollof, two social media celebrities, recently made headlines after a physical altercation on a United Nigerian Airlines flight from Asaba to Lagos. This incident occurred on November 17, 2025, and was captured on video showing the two trading punches. This altercation led to the delay and disruption of the flight, and the two were also deboarded and handed over to the airport securities for further investigation. Aftermath, Very Dark Man apologized for his role in this incident, apologizing for acting irresponsibly and also the act of delaying the flight. Mr. Jollof also apologized, claiming self-defense and also for delaying the flight. But come to think of it, how can a grown man and hefty man like Very Dark Man gain bruises from Mr. Jollof? And also I have a question. How can a fellow man like bite, or should I even say chew a fellow man's nipple like that? Is it even proper self? And also, how can Very Dark Man also allow himself to be bullied like that by Mr. Jollof? Anyways, that's a story for another day. Thank you once again, Anthony, for having me on the show. Be ready to receive another gist from me. Same next week, same time, same station. Be ready for another Berkata gist. I am still your gistmate, Annie Princess. Thanks. Stay tuned for more.
That was a very funny gist by Princess. I mean, how can a fellow man eat another man's cheek? That was so funny. Okay, we'll be moving over to the next segment, which is the discussion segment. And today's topic is a question most teenagers always ask. You're always asking, should you date, should you not date? Well, today we're going to talk about it. Stay tuned. All right, welcome to the discussion segment. I am Auntie Oni. In today's discussion segment, we're talking about something that is really interesting. Something that interests you so much that you have asked and asked. I know some people don't really ask, and some people ask, but whether you have asked or you have not asked, let's just rub our minds together. Today, we're asking a question to every teenager out there, and we're going to talk about it today. So we're asking the question, which is, should teenagers engage in a romantic relationship? That is the question. And I know some of you are asking this question. So today we're going to do justice to it. Coming from my left, we have...
Hi guys, it's Collins on the studio today. Thanks for having us here.
Hi guys, I'm Naza. Enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, you all are welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How we doing?
We're fine, we're great.
Just money. Okay, so before I conclude or before I assume anything, are you people in a romantic relationship?
Yes, I am. With my loving father.
With your loving father? Okay, apart from the Lord in heaven, do you have any other relationship?
He's my one and
only. Aww. Okay, Collins, you were shaking your head, but you don't look, you look like you have 10 wives. Say
Well, I have just one, Maya Chalugo, you understand? Yes.
God bless.
Sitting by my right hand side.
Alright, but so nobody here is in a romantic relationship. I find it difficult.
Have you ever heard, God, am I a spoon? We are all spoons. God, you understand?
I can't be a spoon.
We are pencils in
the hands of a green. Okay, so generally, a lot of teenagers want to know if it's okay, you know. Yeah. So you people are teenagers, and I believe you know one or two young person out there who is engaged in a romantic relationship. True, right?
Yeah.
The pressure has not done anything to you.
They're
trying. Okay, so
I love that.
What do you think is the reason why they went in for this relationship?
Interesting. Okay, well, I was actually speaking with someone, and I was asking, why did you like maybe join or start a relationship? Why are you in a relationship? Just 13. And she was the last person out of her friends who joined the relationship. So she's in a relationship because her friends are in a relationship. You understand? Yeah, pressure. So for now, that's what I think generally affects we teens to be in a relationship. Yeah.
So, but I think, does any of you have something contradictory to what he just said?
No, it's actually the same thing. Just trying to feel among, for the person to feel among. Yeah, just pressure.
Just pressure. So,
Though some, I have actually met someone who just wants to be in a relationship because they want to be in a relationship.
just like that.
Yeah, just they want to be in a relationship.
To know how it feels.
Yeah, to know how it
Some
feels.
just like they enter into a relationship due to all these adolescent urge. Like if you see someone, it's actually normal among us.
Okay.
Like, in the
Among
class,
you.
please. It's actually normal
Okay.
among us. Like when you are in school, like sometimes you start seeing a particular student special than others.
Yeah.
You're crushing on somebody.
Yeah. No, wait. I can relate because then I used to be neat. You understand? I'm a kind of a very small boy, so you know.
They will just try to, like, you'll be seeing that person special. They're like
Yes.
kind of crush for limits up to 2 weeks, and then it will just fade away. So
This girl is actually speaking from experience.
oh my god.
Yeah, let's.
You are speaking as though you have never had a crush on anybody before.
I don't even know what is. Please, what is crush?
It's grinding.
Okay. So let me ask this. Please be sincere.
Alright.
Have you ever felt that push to be in a relationship before?
Obviously, yes.
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 Almost
everybody has been.
I've not.
Holy Father.
You know, I was meant to be a priest. You understand?
Yes,
So, and I'll still be a priest. Calm down.
Hallelujah, somebody. So tell us your experience and how you maybe conquered it.
Though it's actually like in my secondary school. I didn't date anybody in my secondary school until secondary school. So that those days, there is one guy. Like he's very handsome. Oh my god. And he's very, very like intelligent. He knows like a mathematician. Very handsome. So a whole lot of people are actually going to him, stuff like that. Though I was actually crushing on him.
Okay.
But you know, as a child of God.
Yeah, I know.
Praise the Lord.
Though I did not, because I can never approach him now. That's not right.
This tease.
It's not about steez.
This
It's not about
tease. What is it then about?
culture.
What culture?
Like,
Who made the
boys
culture?
are meant to approach, right?
Why?
So how would you feel if a lady approaches you?
Hi.
You feel she's cheap.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, wait. Leave the
very
cheap
cheap.
something. Leave the cheap
Okay, what should
something.
we hold on to?
But wait, honestly,
You see, they said it already. I already did like.
yes, wait, calm down. You know, if we continue this thing, it's not going to be nice at all, because I don't know why is it that people think that yes, a man must always be the one to ask a woman out.
Because that's normal. That's
What is normal? Who made it normal?
Did your
let me tell you.
ask your dad?
Even the
It
Bible
doesn't
says-
matter.
Let
It doesn't matter.
Even the Bible
So
says-
that's why you see someone you like and you just keep mute and be,
yes.
and maybe the guy even likes you, but
And he's
you have to be the one to talk.
Why?
Like me. Hi, if you not tell me, guy, you dey waste your time.
I nearly said shut up now. I nearly said shut up. Why
You get potential, I get potential. You get steez, I get steez.
now, like.
So
what
wetin you get, I no get.
Now listen,
If I walk up to you, it's like kind of steezless. Like I'm not bringing.
So if I now walk up to you, it's not steezless. Can you imagine?
Wait, let me say something.
My
guys.
fellow guys out there, can you imagine? This is
No, now.
this is being partial.
The Bible says a man leave his house.
God bless
and
you.
go
Not
to
a man, my dear sister, a woman.
It's a lie. They said a man.
Wow.
Don't worry, it's his own Bible version.
Wow.
It's his
Go,
own Bible
will leave
version.
his parents, like his father and mother, and go to the woman so that they will become one. So who is now going? The man.
Wow.
Collins, I think.
So with this thing Eku now, I'm trying to my future anything, just marrow that I'll leave my father's house and come to you. You'll be the one to build the house, wash, you'll be the one to be doing everything. You understand? Because this is what I heard here now. So
Now you're satisfied, Abby?
yes, I'm satisfied.
Yeah,
as
okay
long
now.
as long as they'll do everything.
Okay. So now
They'll
let
even pay
me
my bride price.
Hold on
Okay,
now.
the groom price actually.
Hold on, let me say something. So when we go back to the story of the beginning, because if you want to know how something goes, you should go back
Yes.
to the beginning. After the creation,
Yes.
Adam said, "Behold, the words
bone
of
My bone.
the flesh of what?
my flesh."
Excuse, I want to ask you
No,
something.
no,
Wait. Let us know. Let us stop twisting this thing. Wait. We are twisting something here. Do you know what we are
What have I
twisting?
twisted
Wait.
so
Wait. Your dad and your mom. Did God make your dad to sleep and then came to his ribs to collect a bone to make your mom?
Actually,
bro, calm down.
Has been missing.
Yes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
So my mom is just there to complete the missing rib.
Okay.
That's the reason, like you hear stuff like
From where?
missing rib.
You know what?
Yes.
You know what? I disagree that you people are not in any relationship. What you are display, especially you. Yes. All of you,
No.
you all denied being in it, but look at the arguments. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine?
Well,
You
I don't
had
have
to
much
cut
to
me
say.
short.
Wait, let me tell you something. We are in the outside world. You see a lot of things. Yeah, it's everywhere. You don't tell me to close my eye when someone is beside me making love. Why will I close my eye?
I get you. I get you. Okay, so what I was about to say, Obi, before I was interrupted by this young man, is that the procedure, the way it is meant to be, the guy has to make the move.
The move, exactly.
The Bible says that the man is the head.
Yes.
He is the one that gives that shielding to the woman, right? So how will you feel when it's the woman that is now giving you the shielding? Actually, if the woman is the one to give that shielding and protection,
I go guide the woman, but make she ask me out.
That's not
okay.
fair.
We will not
I go
continue
be
with
your
this discussion.
shield.
We will not continue with this. I reject your mentality.
You the one to love her first.
Okay, it's fine.
So we are talking about the things that attract teenagers to relationship. You guys said it's just peer pressure.
Not necessarily just that, but
Like
just
generally pressure.
yeah, generally.
Sometimes you just see like your fellow, maybe your friends, they have boyfriends and they'll coming back. And this one is our relationship package, our take me out package.
Yeah, the Valentine.
Valentine's package and all that is really, really tempting. You'd be like, this fool, it's
Be the iPhones,
like,
the laptop.
And then going online to see this.
The daily allowance.
Ouch. How? So many of them online showing us the
I think social media has a way of, changing the mentality of young people about relationships. So, as young
especially the feminine gender.
What did they do to you again?
They now think that,
say that
love is not transactional, please.
Nobody here believes that love is transactional.
No, now, but that's what the social media makes us think now.
That's true. That's very true.
You see somebody waking up to a man that is hustling. Baby, please send me sub. Which one is sub? You don't feel afford that sub.
Collins, please.
Okay, you send me the sub.
Why will I send this sub?
Why will you not send me sub? Okay, you see where this is now getting to now. That is why the ladies too.
I love this point you made. You said they now see love as some transaction.
Yes.
Which is
very unfair.
It's good. It's not unfair.
Can you imagine?
Okay, why did you say so?
Can you imagine?
Like, there's an Igbo adage that said, you only like onye
Wow.
The girl was
So
actually
explain
on
the
her
adage,
own.
please. Like some of us
She's
that.
actually on her own.
Okay.
You now had to meet her. So take care of the responsibility.
You see, this is why I like the olden days. They answer most names, like you see people answer also dear Bako.
That's a lie.
But now is this now wait now you now also you've not heard of it.
Okay.
Where are you from, auntie?
I've not heard it.
What is this?
Well, this I think we need to like break this thing down just in case tomorrow one of you hands me over some invitation cards. So let's just clear this thing out.
Okay.
Love is not transaction. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. So,
Especially speaking to you.
please.
Please, love is not transactional.
So because I think one of the main problems teenagers have is that they don't even know what love is to start with.
Honestly.
Exactly.
They just jump into it.
Like diving.
And
So
I love that.
If you don't know, okay, let's talk about what is dating self. What is dating?
Calendar.
She said dating is calendar.
Help us out. What's dating? Let's talk about it.
From my own point of view, I think dating is actually a period of time where people that are trying to get into marriage or serious relationship get to know themselves. Because the only end to dating is marriage.
Yes.
They are not dating for marriage, and I don't think like
No,
it's
it's not actually so. People do date for fun, you know.
But the
that's what
original
I'm
form,
telling you.
the original form,
courtship, right?
courtship, exactly. I think that's the, you know.
So why should you date for fun?
That's no, she's just trying to say about dating.
Excuse me now. Excuse me now.
The right one is
Excuse me. Now this brings us into why should teenagers be in a romantic relationship? Why should you be dating for fun?
Do you know, like someone has already called me and be like, I want us to date. I was like, why? Do you want to marry me? He started laughing. Was like, marriage, you can this our stage. He was like, it's not just emechalo kwarafu. So that's the person's mentality.
Yes, that is the mentality. But why don't you? Because no, I want to clear you on something. Because let's go deeper into it. Romantic relationship. You know, romantic came from romance. You understand? And what is that romance? Making love. So why will a teen be making love at such tender age? You understand? And you are even talking about fun inside it. We are still saying that a romantic relationship is wrong for teenagers, and you are even saying that they have to do it for fun.
No, calm down. Like she said, like they asked her what is dating. She
Yeah.
said that's the legal way.
Yes.
And I'm trying to tell her that it's not always the
Yes,
legal.
but
That's legal
here
is
we are
not
trying to
the reason for dating
yes, is marriage.
So if you are
That
doing
is the right
anything
thing. So we are
outside
trying
that,
to push out the right thing.
yes.
You understand? Not
not
the other way around.
You get what I'm saying?
So they are trying to say that dating leads to marriage. That's what it's meant to be.
Yes.
Right. So the fun part is just what the new generation is trying to
Yes,
do.
yes.
All right. People say that dating prepares one for marriage. So if you don't want to get married, this is why you're not dating.
A man will go marry, go first build everything now.
All right, hold on. Before we dive into this question, let's just go for a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Phone Hub and you're on to the discussion segment. So back to the question I just asked. They say, and I quote, because someone has actually walked up to me and said, "Only this thing you're doing," because I'm a church girl, a proud church girl, guys.
Proud church girl.
So he said, "You don't want to do this thing, so you know, train yourself for marriage, learn, you know, so know your guy, blah blah blah. Even if you don't end up marrying the guy, so why you not testing guys and ladies?" Let me know.
Honestly, I don't even like that saying. Even if you don't end up marrying the guy or marrying the girl, why should you even do something with somebody that you don't really intend seeing the future with the person? Selling yourself to the public. You know?
So you people don't believe that if you can actually get married without test running, right?
Yes.
So
There's wrong with that particular person you marry.
The thing says is that the really fun part of like marriage is when like you don't really know everything about that person. Like every day you discover something new about that person. Like it's very fun actually.
No,
Inside the marriage. No, I don't agree to that. No, I don't agree to
But
that.
just imagine, you have been dating this guy for like 3 years and you have known everything about the person, front, back, center. When you now enter house,
you now practice what you've learned.
Practice what you like. There's nothing.
Wait, so you are trying to tell me now when you, wait,
That's a lie.
can you imagine?
Oh
Can
my
you
God.
imagine? Can you imagine?
Okay, hold on. Let's hear you. Let's hear your part. Let's hear you.
Please don't repeat that.
Sister,
Lie.
what is this?
Let Chinada speak first. Let's hear you.
Let me
Please speak.
Thank you. Mom, please listen to me, please. Don't try it, okay?
Yes,
like,
Mama.
It's very wrong.
Yes.
Someone that you don't know very well, don't even get married to the person. Because the person might show you another part that you cannot even endure.
People even date for 2 years and don't even know somebody very well and you still end
People
up.
will still date for 6 years and you don't know like the person's character. The person can change anytime.
That's why in marriage they have what we call tolerance and endurance. Even if that person shows you
Calm
another
down, let me tell you
tolerance.
something. Do you know like there's something that you cannot enjoy?
There's something you're not telling us.
You cannot enjoy in marriage.
I mean, there's a guy somewhere.
I'm telling you. Do you know like wait, calm down. Okay, let me tell you something now. Like what if, example, like you were dating someone, let me say for just a year, and you eventually get married to the person, and after you find out that the person is a drug addict or
Wow.
that he smokes, can you go back again? No.
So
You can't.
Excuse me, if you couldn't find out that he smokes in 1 year, how long do you think you date him to find out?
That's possible.
How long are you going to
So
Time can
hold
tell.
on, you
Do you know?
I think, are you supporting the fact that people should like date for long? I don't understand what you are saying at this point.
It's not necessarily dating for long, but at least you date for some time.
Yeah.
There are some basic things you need to know, not learning everything.
Do you know
You
like
understand?
people can date?
No, when you said it,
date for
what I
10
understood
years.
from what you
That's
said
very
was like just jump into it, like
You can how even if you see how
Do you
you
like
go
it?
take jumping.
Some
it's
people
just
can
so
date
so
for
much.
3
Hold
months
on,
and
guys.
married.
Take it easy, one at a time. I want to hear all of you. So, what were you saying?
but talking about marriage now, dating and marrying, this is not for teen now.
We're not saying you should marry. We're having a lot of questions from teenagers. Should I date now? Should I go into...
Okay,
so
well, I think it's necessarily not right
Yeah, generally no.
for now. You understand? There is a stage, like as a teen, what you should focus on is your education, building yourself.
Alright.
You understand? So
Good
then
character
after
wise,
then, you
more
know,
especially.
that's why in the olden days their life they very simple. Very very simple. It gets age where you go just reach. They go just they plan orugokwe mgbe ị ga-apụ. Nina no chisa space. You understand something like that.
Okay,
You
let's
understand?
talk
That's
about,
why you know.
Let's talk about the disadvantages of teenagers dating, because you actually started going into the part I did not beg you to go, and then you realize yourself. So let's talk about the disadvantage. I was talking to a lady, a young girl. She was 15 years. So I just asked her randomly, what do you have to say about teenagers dating? And she said, well, she does not support it. Teenagers should not. In fact, she learned a lesson for herself. She said her cousin's sister.
Please, did you learn?
She said her cousin's
Did you?
sister.
No, I just wanted to know
Did
if
you
they
learn?
learn. No, I didn't learn a lesson.
Please continue. Lesson learned you.
Okay, so she was saying that
Two people are not supposed to be sitting together.
I know,
The
don't
love
worry.
is too much.
No, you don't say that. You don't have to say that.
Yes.
But now, talking about the
Please continue answering.
we want to cut her short.
Don't cut us. I love this story. Please continue answering.
Okay, so she was saying that she personally learned a lesson, right? So the lesson was that her cousin sister got pregnant.
Oh.
So, and recently I actually had another news. Someone close to me got pregnant too. So I think this is one of the biggest
Mistake ever.
you know,
Misfortune.
whatever you can call it. I think.
But like, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to.
Okay, what's
a
the
teen.
worst thing that can happen?
Because the thing is that in Nigeria here we fear pregnancy more than STDIs that can't be cured. Like, what if you get HIV in the process or AIDS? Is it all worse than getting pregnant?
It actually was. It actually was.
I didn't even think about it. But then, okay, let's hear.
But you know, the sickness, pregnancy, it shows. It's too obvious to compare to that the sicknesses. You understand? You can see a HIV patient and they're even more healthier than you are.
With the antiretroviral.
You understand? There are a lot of drugs outside now. You understand? So, though
So they
the
fear-
sickness, it's a forever thing.
Yes, but they fear that shame.
You understand? But the shame of the pregnancy.
Like, I can't even imagine that.
All right, well, gradually bringing today's talk show to an end. But before that, I would like to hear what you have to say to teenagers who, some teenagers just say, I want to just feel loved. Just someone should be telling me I love you.
Why should a child be feeling loved?
I don't know. The parents' love is next.
Is it not enough?
I don't know.
Mama, they pay school fees, they give you food. Papa, they give you clothes.
You know they don't see that kind of love because it's a tough love. They don't really see that kind of love.
What they want is romantic.
Exactly.
Someone that will go your way.
Okay.
Because you see others holding other people's waist on Facebook.
It's not even like they enjoy it though. Like, on a serious note.
They just
Wait,
want to have
you
that
said
nature.
it's not even like they enjoy it. Have you ever tested and you didn't enjoy it? Please let me understand.
Rest.
You know I love stories.
No,
you
we'll
know?
not say more stories. Alright, so what do you have to tell this group of teenagers?
Okay. Okay, you go first. I'll go last, please.
Okay. Teenagers out there, life is not all about being loved and all that. Even if you need love, seriously, your parents are there, your friends are there. There are a lot of people that love you, that will encourage you without taking advantage of you, because when like that relationship stops, it's just like it's transactional actually. You give and he takes, and that's it. It's nothing more than that. So try as much as possible to stick to the love you receive at home. And if it's money saved, like why are you looking for a guy? You can hustle on your own, guy. Be the career woman you want to be. Live your life. Relationship has its own time, and each time is before marriage. So try as much as possible to stick to your values and avoid those relationships for now.
All right, thank you so much, Naza. Let's hear from you, Collins.
Interesting. Well, I don't give advice. I don't really like giving advice.
You don't motivate anybody.
I don't demotivate you, Ajay.
If you want to die,
if you want to
take
die,
sniper.
and actually I sell the snipers and the ropes for you understand. But if you cannot learn from what has happened around you, then I don't think you can learn without having the experience. You understand? Because well, it gets people who are savvy, you understand, that are even much more younger than I am, that are dating, and you hear something like this one, Mumu 1, Mumu 2. I don't know if you've heard of something like that. And they're having so many boyfriends and so many girlfriends. This one will give you money, this one will give you that love you want, this one. And there's another. I was watching a movie yesterday, and the 4 ladies, actually, 2 were in love with the guy, and the guy was in love with 1, and the other one, okay, just 3 of them. So now, but the girls had other guys after them, but they wanted this particular guy, and this particular guy wanted, and the 2 ladies were rich actually, so they were bringing gifts. They bring to the guy gives to the girl, and the girl also returns to another guy.
That's good.
Do you understand? Just it's rotating. And the worst part of it is that the guy that the other guy is actually falling in love with is a brother to one of the other two girls. So like the thing was just that thing where you buy go still later come back reach house. Do you understand? So and you see this our current stage of life, I don't really understand what it's turning into, because then when I was little, you see me and my boyfriend and my girlfriend that time my mommy and daddy. Are you mad? Are you okay? Like, what do you know about love?
Actually, nobody does it.
What do you know about
No,
love?
really, really,
Eh?
no, no.
If at school you never wash plates finish, write assignments
You're going
finish,
to the backyard.
you are going to people. Even I know of a girl that takes the mom's phone, goes to text a message. After texting, she deletes the message and tells the guy not to send. Then they have a time they will call and they like
That is not
They are
life.
going on.
you save your lunch and use it to recharge card,
Oh.
and then you don't even have a phone and you are calling a guy at a tender age. For what reason? And later tomorrow when you get pregnant, you come and drag boys online. Well, I'll drop it there. I know they give advice, sir. If you like, be in a relationship. If you like, don't be. Now you sabi. If you get pregnant, you come and rub powder. Thank you.
All right, Staza, let's hear from you.
Well, what I will have to say is just just pray and hope on God that you don't fall into that temptation, because it's very, very hard to overcome. Like if you don't have, let me say, God by your side, it's always very hard for you to overcome such temptation, because it's always much. So just as you are trying to overcome it, put it on with prayers. That's combo. It helps a lot. That's what I think.
All right, thank you so much. So, as for me, I think I will tell you, if you are 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, that place is not your...
Even till 22, 22 sef, at 22, what has the person done? Even 25, most times they don't even they are still eating mommy thank ma.
Even 23.
Guys,
I'm even talking about 25.
I want to go home,
You are
guys.
eating mommy thank ma, and you are doing love. What are you doing love for? Are you okay?
Don't worry,
Hi.
once I'm done concluding, I will just
I just
leave.
wish I'm an angel and they are assigning such people to me. The way
yeah.
I go dey take flog you, you go learn.
Yeah, I've heard it from them. They said 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So if you are 26, please, we don't want to even, don't give us your card because we'll not come. So
Because it actually means you were doing it at 25 and then 26 you now want to marry.
so we don't need you to be in any romantic relationship, because at this stage you are discovering yourself, and it's when you have discovered who you are that you know the person you need for your life. Getting married is not an achievement. It's just part of your life destiny, your story, because your partner is not just going to be there to cook, or you are building life together. So you don't just marry because everybody is getting married, okay? So you are trying to know who you are at this particular age, and then when the time is right, then you choose who you need for that journey. So if you have been with us till now, thank you so much for watching. We do appreciate. Until next time, I remain Auntie Oni. We'll be joining Chinaza for the health tips.
Hi and welcome to another edition of the Health Tips segment. So today we're going to be discussing our gut health. Yes, you heard me right. Gut is the gastrointestinal tract. For a layman, they call it the intestine. And it consists of the mouth, the esophagus, the small and large intestines, and also the stomach. It consists of trillions of microorganisms which are called the microbiomes. So, why do you need a healthy gut? Firstly, when you have a healthy gut, it improves your digestion and nutrient absorption. Secondly, the gut is home for 70 to 80% of your immune system. So the gut helps in the production of immune cells and also prevents inflammation. The gut also is responsible for the production of vitamins like B12 and vitamin K, and is also responsible for producing hormones for appetite and metabolism. A balanced gut is also good as it helps to regulate weight and metabolism. You hear people say something like, I feel this in my gut. The gut-brain connection is a real connection. So a healthy gut is often associated with happiness and boost in mood, while unhealthy guts leads to mental issues like anxiety, depression, and lots more. That's why you see when somebody's happy, it tells you, I feel butterflies in my belly, because a healthy gut leads to healthy mental states. So now, what must we do to make sure we promote our gut health? Firstly, we must try as much as possible to eat balanced diet, stay hydrated, eat fiber-rich food, lean protein, and healthy fats. We must also try to consider probiotics. So there are some foods we take that affect our gut health. These foods includes processed food that contains high salt and sugar, food that contains sweeteners. They tend to disrupt the microbiome in our gut. And finally, we should also avoid food that contains antibiotics or antibiotic-treated food. So now, as I said earlier, our gut health is very important as it affects our overall health. So we must try as much as possible to protect our gut health. So when we do not protect our gut health, it comes with a lot of disadvantages, which includes chronic diseases, digestive issues, mental issues like depression and anxiety, and lots more. So my dear teenager, try as much as possible to mind what goes into your mouth as it affects your gut health. So till I come your way next time, same station, I still remain Naza with the health tips. Bye.
Thank you so much, Naza, for that wonderful rendition. Now you know that when there is butterflies in your belly, when there are butterflies in your belly, it means that your gut is actually healthy. I've learned that one today, and I'm sure you also wrote that down in your jotter. Well, thank you so much for that wonderful tip. Going on to the next is the Achalugo and Odogu segment. Let's witness another drama with our broke Odogu and the Shakara Queen. Let's go.
Odogu, wait. Odogu, wait. What is happening? Wait now.
Somebody cannot die in peace in this country.
Wait now. Wait. What is it? Odogu, what is it?
Landlord, calm down.
What
Calm
is
down.
it?
Wait.
Tell him. Wait now. Odogu, wait. No, wait.
Leave me now. Let me kill myself now. Let me kill myself.
No, Odogu, what is it?
Let me kill myself first now.
What is it? What is it? Don't kill yourself.
Jesus.
Wait.
Okay,
Wait,
now. Let me explain something
Hold
to
on,
you.
wait.
And as a man, I want you to reason it like me now. Okay, you know my Achalugo.
Okay, that fair girl. Yes, I understand.
My Achalugo follow one man and go and eat fish. Catfish. I bought cats. And I went to that river that Peter caught fish from. And I went and caught fish from there and added to my cat. So that I'll cook for my Achalugo. So that she will not leave me and go and eat catfish. She went and ate. Now, the main story now is that man now have carried my Achalugo to go and collect bride price.
What do you want to do?
Why will I not kill myself?
Yeah, you want to kill
without
yourself?
my Achalugo, what am I doing?
Wait. The main reason why I came here to collect the rent. Wait now, let me explain myself.
What is it
Wait
now?
Wait now. My father sent me to come and collect our rent.
Which rent?
6 months rent.
Which
For the
rent?
past 6 months, I have not paid our rent. So you give us our rent.
Wait.
Huh? I want to use that and go back to
Let me
school.
ask you something. If it's you now, why am I paying rent when I don't have Achalugo? Why am I living? Leave me
Wait
first.
now, I want to use that one and go back to
If you don't
school.
leave me now, I'll tie this rope now here now. And me and you will just die here.
Wait.
Because I must die here now.
You want to die?
I must die here.
You want to die?
I must die here.
Before you cross this road, you give us our house rent.
Odogo was about to kill himself just because of our chalugo. Can you imagine? Okay, that brings us to the end of today's program. I'm sure you enjoyed yourself. We started with the discussion, we had the health tips, the entertainment gist, and even the little drama we always have every week. I'm sure you enjoyed yourself because I did enjoy myself. Until next week, when we will come your way again, I remain Auntie Ongi. Remember to follow us on all our social media platforms, on Instagram, X, TikTok, Facebook, and on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Stay tuned, stay safe. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it, giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit.
Ibai. Ekele m unu. Ọ jụụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ. Ndụ a na-atọka. Onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ. Ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma. Ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya. Na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya. N'ịlụfụta nwere ya. Ị mara na nsogbu rere. Ya Olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị. Chukwu okike. Onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị. Na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi. Maka na ọsọ gị maka eme echi anyị ma mara. Na ihe adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ. Na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọ na mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa anọdụ na n'Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ na ọdọmma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be ya mechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-eji ọjị na-eka nri a na-emeghachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke anụ ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na-amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị. Anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma. Anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma. Anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma. Anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma. Ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị, wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo, wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa, wetere anyị ịhụnanya, wetere anyị ọganihu, wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma. Nna biko, ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ gị, kwetewo na imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama.
Ndị be anyị ọjị abịa, anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa, ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị. Anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị, ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe, asị ka ị goziela anyị taa, ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọke ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma. Goziela anyị eke, gozie orie, gozie nkwọ, mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọ ihe ha ga-eri, mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ, ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ, soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị. Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na agam niile ka ọ dịrị anyị mma. Ndewo. Anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị. Okenye na-awa ọjị, ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị, na-enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ, maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu. Iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile, ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu. Onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere, were na-aga ọhụụ, ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu. Ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ. Ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya, o ruo ise atakwa ya, mana o bido ruo na asaa, ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ, ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations. Choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news on the hour on Aneke TV, your trusted source for the latest stories shaping Nigeria and the world. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. And here are the headlines. Millions of Nigerian children still out of school. Child Rights Group. Ebonyi State Governor orders security operatives to apprehend attackers of Idima Osho Eda community. Delay in January salaries across Nigeria linked to dispute over 1.969 trillion naira FAAC allocation. Now the news in details. Millions of Nigerian children remain out of school. Child Focus advocates warn as the world observes International Education Day. Saffron Social Development Global Foundation says children from poor, displaced, or vulnerable backgrounds are most affected, with girls disproportionately excluded. Estimates show 18.3 million children are out of school, one of the highest totals worldwide. The foundation cites poverty, child labor, displacement from conflict or natural disasters, unsafe learning environments, and discrimination as key barriers. Schools, they stress, must be safe, nurturing an inclusive space, not just for venue lessons. Advocates are calling on federal and state governments to strengthen child protection policies, expand access to education, and ensure non-discriminatory, child-friendly learning environments. Communities and parents are urged to prioritize education and shield children from exploitation, while experts highlight chronic underfunding and insecurity as obstacles to quality schooling. The federal government has launched a national counter-IED enterprise plan to prevent the diversion of industrial chemicals and components used to make explosives. The strategy focuses on disrupting supply chains before materials reach insurgents, shifting from reactive to preventive counterterrorism measures. The National Counterterrorism Center is upgrading its forensic laboratory into a high-tech hub to analyze recovered devices. Experts will study construction methods and material signatures to generate intelligence on bomb makers, while a new weapons intelligence team will provide timely data to field units on emerging threats. Military commanders report that poor road networks in the northeast have become hotspots for IED attacks. Nigeria is partnering with NATO's Counter-IED Center for Excellence and the World Customs Organization's program Global Shield to strengthen border controls and intercept materials at port. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested 52 suspects in a range of crimes, including armed robbery, kidnapping, murder, rape, defilement, and cultism, according to the police public relations officer, Daniel Ndukwe. Investigations also led to the recovery of 1 firearm, 20 rounds of ammunition, 6 stolen vehicles, drugs, and suspected Indian hemp. 3 kidnapped victims were rescued from criminal hideouts during intelligence-led operations. The arrests and recoveries are part of sustained efforts to curb crime in the state. Mr. Ndukwe attributed the successes to improved intelligence, collaboration with other security agencies, and public support. He reassured residents of continued vigilance and commitment to maintaining safety across Enugu State. The Rivers State government has dismissed claims that it blocked access to Yakubu Gowon Stadium in Port Harcourt for the renewed Hope Ambassadors Group inauguration. Officials say the stadium is under reconstruction and unsafe for public events. The allegations were made by the group's coordinator, Desmond Akawo, and supported by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. State officials inspected the stadium with engineers and confirmed ongoing work makes it unsuitable for gatherings. The government urged political leaders to prioritize public interest over personal ambitions, emphasizing safety and infrastructure readiness ahead of any large-scale events. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has officially recognized the Nenadi Usman-led National Working Committee, NWC, of the Labour Party following a federal high court order. The court sacked Julius Abure as national chairman and confirmed Usman as caretaker committee chairman. Other members of the NWC include Senator Darlington Nwokocha, National Secretary, Hamisu Santuraki, National Treasurer, Aisha Madije, National Financial Secretary, and Eric Ifere, National Legal Advisor. The development follows a Supreme Court verdict recognizing Usman as the authentic leader of the Labour Party. She will lead the party until the next convention, resolving ongoing leadership disputes within one of Nigeria's opposition parties. In the Federal Capital Territory High Court, an EFCC operative testifies that over $2 million in cash and property documents linked to former Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele were recovered. The money was traced to Zenith Bank, allegedly held by a lawyer on his behalf. Internal CBN memos presented by the prosecution indicate approvals for large payments for renovations, landscaping, and furnishings of official residences and offices. Bank statements from 2015 show payments to private contractors for these upgrades. Emefiele faces a 20-count charge of alleged procurement fraud totaling 1.2 billion naira. The defense raised concerns over repetitive testimony, and the trial has been adjourned to March 2026. Igbo communities worldwide have concluded a 3-hour period of prayers dedicated to adoration and thanksgiving. Organizers say the event aims to unite participants in gratitude, reflection, and worship. The prayers are designed to strengthen communal bonds and foster appreciation for divine guidance and protection. Participants expressed hopes for collective prosperity and peace across Igbo communities. The program has been scheduled annually for the last Saturday of January, creating a tradition of spiritual observance and community solidarity among Igbo diaspora. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has clarified that candidates already admitted into universities are not barred from sitting the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. JAMB Registrar Professor Ishaq Oloyode said reports of restrictions are deliberate misinformation, adding that some individuals impersonated JAMB officials to mislead the public. He said students seeking a change of course or institution retain their right to participate in the UTME registration. Over 800,000 candidates were admitted in the previous cycle, with some applying for academic adjustments. JAMB continues to monitor the registration exercise to ensure transparency and fairness. You are watching the news on the hour, coming to you live only on Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us all across our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. And now, here's a quick recap of the major stories making the headlines. Millions of children remain out of school, Child Rights Group. And coming up shortly, Ebonyi State Governor orders security agents to apprehend attackers of Idima Oso Eda community. Dispute over 1.969 trillion naira FAAC funds delay January salaries nationwide. See you right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
All right, welcome back. Governor Francis Nwifuru of Ebonyi State has ordered security agencies to apprehend attackers responsible for the invasion of Idima Oso Eda Autonomous Community, which left 3 people beheaded. The directive was issued through his chief press secretary, Dr. Monday Uzo, in Abakaliki. The attack occurred on Thursday, 29th January 2026, when unidentified assailants armed with guns and machetes invaded the community. Villagers reported that homes were burned, and one resident described the incident as one attack too many in a video that has gone viral. The President General of Oso Eda, Mr. Ama Ibeme, confirmed 4 fatalities and said the attackers threatened to return. Local authorities linked the violence to a possible boundary dispute with Amasiri in Afi local government area. Governor Nwifuru appealed for calm, urging residents to avoid reprisal attacks while his administration ensures justice. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State
has called on stakeholders in Ukwalangwa to mobilize all eligible residents who have not yet registered for permanent voters. The appeal was made at an event in his honor at Enyimba International Stadium, Aba. Governor Oti highlighted the gap between Aba's population and recorded voter turnout, stressing that the current voter register does not reflect the city's true demographic and political potential. He emphasized that full participation in elections is critical to harnessing the state's political strength. He urged community leaders, political organizations, and civil society groups to ensure that all eligible citizens complete voter registration ahead of upcoming elections, describing it as essential for strengthening democracy in the region. Nigeria and the United States have reaffirmed a 5-year commercial and investment partnership to boost private sector growth and bilateral trade. Officials from both countries met in Lagos to review progress in the digital economy, infrastructure, and agriculture sectors. Nigeria remains the U.S. second largest trading partner in Africa, with bilateral trade reaching $13 billion in 2024. U.S. foreign direct investment in Nigeria is estimated at $8 billion, with both countries committing to align policies to improve market access and reduce trade barriers. The Nigerian government reiterated its priority to diversify exports beyond oil, while U.S. officials emphasized ongoing support for Nigeria's economic reforms and private sector development. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has given domestic airlines 7 days to update booking systems to accommodate passengers with disabilities. The directive requires airlines to provide clear options for requesting special assistance during ticket purchases. NCAA noted that previous compliance orders under the 2023 Civil Aviation Regulations were largely ignored. The regulator emphasized that airlines and travel agencies must now provide a visible field for special needs notifications. Failure to comply will attract enforcement actions, as the NCAA seeks to align Nigeria's aviation sector with global accessibility standards and ensure safe, inclusive air travels for all passengers. Disagreements over revenue allocations have delayed the distribution of federal funds for January. Commissioners of Finance rejected the proposed 1.969 trillion naira, arguing it did not reflect actual December revenue accruals. The Federation Account Allocation Committee, which allocates funds monthly to federal, state, and local governments, has not yet reached consensus, causing delays in public sector salary payments in several states. Negotiations are ongoing, with stakeholders working to resolve the disputes and ensure timely disbursements of funds to prevent further disruption to government operations. Now in the business news, the Naira closed the week stronger at the official foreign exchange market, appreciating to 1,386.55 Naira per dollar, a 2.53% weekly gain. The parallel market also saw the currency strengthen to 1,452 Naira per dollar. Analysts attributed the gains to increased foreign exchange inflows and government policy measures aimed at stabilizing the currency. Nigeria's external reserves rose to $46.17 billion as of 29 January 2026, providing additional support for exchange rate stability and investor confidence. And now in sports, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has reaffirmed its commitment to protecting the integrity and global competitiveness of African football. The announcement followed scuffles between Senegalese and Moroccan players during the 2025 African Cup of Nations final. CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe announced that the organization's highest decision-making body outside the annual Ordinary General Assembly will meet to consider regulatory reforms. The review aims to strengthen disciplinary mechanisms, safeguard fair play, and prevent similar incidents in future tournaments across the continent. The 5-day Abia First Southeast Shooting Seminar and Championship 2026 concluded in Umuahia with Abia State emerging as overall winner with the highest gold medal count. Team Enugu placed second, while the third position was secured by another Southeast team. Commodore Muhammad Shetima, president of the Nigerian Shooting Federation, said the event supports federal government initiatives to identify and nurture grassroots talents in sports. He commended Governor Alex Oti for hosting the first regional shooting competition in the Southeast. Over 100 athletes from the 5 Southeast states participated. Gold medalist Miss Esther Ejim expressed optimism about advancing her shooting career nationally and internationally, highlighting the competition's role in promoting sporting excellence. Leaders gathered in Bayelsa State for the burial of Deputy Governor Lawrence Ehuru Japo, who passed away in December 2025. President Tinubu was represented at the ceremony alongside former President Goodluck Jonathan and other dignitaries. Tributes described the late Deputy Governor as disciplined and committed to inclusive governance. Political leaders and community stakeholders from across Nigeria attended the funeral mass. 2 mourners died in a road accident en route to the ceremony, while several others were injured. Despite the incident, authorities confirmed that the burial proceeded as planned. That's our news for this hour. Here's a look at the top stories. Millions of Nigerian children are still being denied access to education, a child rights group has warned. The organization highlighted that children from vulnerable and low-income families are the most affected, raising concerns about the country's progress or inclusive education. In Ebonyi State, the governor has directed security agencies to track down and apprehend attackers responsible for the assault on Idima Oso Eda Autonomous Community, during which 3 people were beheaded. Authorities are intensifying efforts to restore security and bring the perpetrators to justice. The payment of January salaries across the country has been delayed due to a dispute over the 1.969 trillion naira Federation Account Allocation Committee FAAC funds. Analysts warn that the standoff could affect public sector operations and worsen financial strain for workers. That's wrap up for this edition on the hour news on the hour here on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Ekene gị daalụ maka isonyela anyị abatakwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV ebe anyị na-akpa dịka o si wee masị anyị, ebe anyị na-akọ dịka o si wee dị anyị mma, akachacha n'ihe gbasara ezinụlọ, maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ, maka ọdịmma ọha obodo, maka na ihe ọbụla na-adịghị aga nke ọma ndị nne ada anọ na-enene ka ọ na-aga, ọ na-ewute anyị bụ ndị nne. Onye akpata mgbe ọbụla anyị bata na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị, anyị na-etinye ọnụ na-atụnye alụ otu be anyị na obodo anyị ga-esi na-aga n'iru. Abụ m Ngozi Otahumele na nke tata, onye mụ na ya na-eji itinye ọnụ n'okwu bụ onye nkụzi, onye nhazi, prịnsịpal, ya bụ onye na-elekọta, onye na-agbaziri ụmụaka onu. Oge ụfọdụ ana m ada ajụba, isikwa m lụọ ọrụ nkụzi mma nlụkwa, ọ bụ na mahadum, ọ bụ na sekọndịrị, ọ bụ na ndị praịmarị mmanlụ, maka ịchịkọta ụmụaka dị afụtụbeghị m ọrụ dịka ya, mana nsogbu adịghị, ha sị na ụgwọ ọrụ ha dị n'eluigwe, mana kịta anyị ekwetazi na ọ dị n'eluigwe. Onye ka m na-ekwu maka ya bụ wee bụrụ Odoziakụ na Ọkpata Akụ Ebere Esonwanne. Ebere Esonwanne ya bụ prịnsịpal CSS Agụobu Ụmụmba Eziagụ Local Government. Anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata. Daalụ maka iwepụta oge sonyela anyị na nkata anyị na-eje ịkpata ata. Dịka nsi wee kwuo, ihe anyị na-eji, ihe anyị chọọ ka anyị n'anya na ya bụ ihe dị iche ndị nkụzi na-alụ, ọlụ dị iche eji wee malụ ndị nkụzi. Ihe nji wee sị ka anyị tinye ọnụ n'okwu a bụ, a na-akwado imechi akwụkwọ. Ụfọdụ ndị nne na nna na-eti papa hei ọ dị ha ka ọ si emechine. A na-akwado imeghe emeghe, ha na-aṅụrị si hei Chineke mee ka emeghezie ka ụmụaka pụba n'ụlọ. Na-ajụ, ọ na-afụzi anyị ụfụ na ahụ na anyị mụtara ụmụ kpata anyị ji achọ ịchụ n'ala ha ndị nkụzi. Biko, kedu ihe dị iche ndị nkụzi na-alụ kpatalụ ndị nne na nna ji achọ ụtụtụ ọkpọpụ ụmụaka oluo mgbe a ga-agbasasị hei ewu ọkụkwa na elekere 2 ọ batakwa kedu ihe dị iche ndị nkụzi na-alụte
ndị nkụzi bụ ndị e nyere ọzụzụ pụrụ iche maka ịchịkọta ụmụaka onye ka o ji wee dịka o nwere ihe ha ji wee na-ejide ụmụntakịrị a pụrụ iche merụ na ndị parents na-ekwu okwu a ikwu ugbu a ndị parents ụfọdụ na-ekwu na ụmụ ha na-eritelu ha nri na-eme mkpọtụ na ha da-ekwe ha zuo ike onye ka o ji wee dịka ha alaiki azụ ụmụaka mana ha laikikwa ya mana nsogbu ha na-enye ha ihe pụrụ iche ndị nkụzi na-alụ n'ndụ ụmụaka pụrụ iche maka na ndị nkụzi ụdịrị omume ọbụla nwata na-eme ndị nkụzi ga-ama ka ha ga-esi wee mee ya nwata ahụ esi na omume ahụ wee pụta ndị nkụzi bụ ndị nchịkọta o nwere nke nwa na-ezu oshi na skuulu m ụlọ akwụkwọ m ọ na-ewe ihe mmadụ mana my teacher wee kwuo nwere ụdịrị promise ọ na-enyeghị ya wee sị ya na ịkwụsị omume dị ụta na ị ga na-abịali ya holidays na be ya just holidays ka o ji wee merie onye nke ahụ otu a ka ndị nkụzi m si wee nwekwe ma ndị nkụzi ebe dị iche iche si wee nwekwe ihe dị n'ime ha ha ji achịkọta ụmụaka especially ndị ahụ ọ dị ka omume ha lụrụ alụ ha nwere ka ha si eme ya ndị nkụzi ụmụaka dị iche iche nwere ụdịrị ihe eji malụ ha otu ha nọ n'ime ụlọ ha a na-akpọ klaasị nke a nwere ike bụrụ onye mkpọtụ nke a nwere ike bụrụ gara ike iwere osisi lụọ mmadụ n'imi nke a nwere ike ụdị alụlụmana dị iche iche ụmụaka na-ada alụwa ụmụ alụlụmana dị iche iche a ka parents na-afụ na be ha o ji wee na-achọ ka ha kwa ha alụ ha ndị nkụzi ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe ha lụrụ ọ bụrụ ndị nkụzi bụ ihe ha na-emeli ya ha akazugodo ike from 7:30 anwa eji eje skuulu tinyere 2 o'clock eji agbasa parents na-enwe aṅụrị okwu ikwuru adarọ n'aja onye mere emebi ihe ị na-ekwu maka ya ha ga na-ekwu na ha na-enye ha nsogbu ha ga na-ekwu na ha na-eriche nri ha ụfọdụ asị na rice ha agwụgo ụfọdụ asị na ha na-aṅụ garị common garị parents a na-asị ka ebido skuulu ka ha pụọ ka ebido ka ha jee na nsogbu ha karịrị ndị nkụzi nwunye na-akwarụ alụ ha iji ọzụkwa na mmadụ ha bụ ịbụ ka ha bụ mana ha na-anagide ya maka na ha nwere ọzụzụ pụrụ iche onye ka a na-akpọ trenin ndị nkụzi na-eje trenin mgbe izizi ya na-aga TTC Teachers Training College zuo iche ụdị pụrụ iche ka ị wee na-anagide ihe ndị a niile nwere ụdị omume nwa akwụkwọ nwere dịcha ama ihe ọ ga-eme ọ ga-efugodo ụzọ mee ka anya oyi mana ndị mmadụ na-asị gbanwe onye gị na ya na-ayị ka ya gbanwe ụdị omume ị na-eme mana ọ bụrụ ya bụ teachers ndị nkụzi ga-anagide nwatakịrị ahụ butie nso mee ka ya friend promise ya heaven and earth ka o wee nweta gịnị ihe ọ na-achọ gịnị bụ ihe ahụ ọ na-achọ mgbagwo n'isi nwata akwụkwọ ahụ onye ka o ji ewute na ụfọdụ ndị parents ụfọdụ chịrị ọgụ bịa na skuulu si na apịalụ nwa ya ihe nnọrọ ebe ahụ dịka ifu ka m ga-esi machapụta bulie n'isi ihe ọ ga-akọ osugodu m ya ka ọsụọ m ma m difendị that teacher maka na ị machalụ nke bụ eziokwu mana ịchọzi ikwu eziokwu maka gịnị na apịalụ nwa gị ụtalị
nke a bụ ajụjụ ọzọ ga-apụtakwa n'ụdị ichie maka na anyị ka ga-abịa ebe ahụ mana ihe m chọrọ ijugodo kịta anụnwa ihe a ndị nne na nna na-akwanyere ụmụ ha akwajere ha ndị nkụzi ọ dịghị ka ndị a ga-enwe nsọpụrụ n'ebe nne na nna ha nọ otu ha si wee nwee n'oyi maka ụmụ ụfọdụ ụmụaka ọ ga-abịa ịgwa ihe ọ sịghị na ọ bụghịkwa ihe a ka onye nkụzi m kwuo ọ bụghị otu ka onye nkụzi m si wee kwuo ya ọ dịghị ka ọ na-ama ndị na-emetụta ihe gbasara nne na ụmụ karịa otu ha na ndị nkụzi ha si wee nọrọ
ihe i kwuru bụ ihe bụ eziokwu maka na ụmụ akwụkwọ onye ka o ji dị mkpa na onye nkụzi ọbụla ga-amụ ihe ọ na-akụzilụ nwatakịrị maka na nke ahụ ịkụzirie bụkwa nke ọ bụ anahụ ihe ọzọ mama ya na-ekwuzikwe ma onye ọzọ na-ekwuzikwe ọ bụrụ okwu eziokwu. You used to speak English. That is not what my teacher taught me. Na ọ bụrụ kwa onye nkụzi nkụzielu m onye ka ndị nkụzi ga-ejije training pụrụ iche kọmandị subject ị na-akụzi mara ihe ị na-akụzi maka na ihe ahụ ịkụzieli ihe abụghị ya ọkwa ya ka o vu ala ịkụzieli nke dị mma ọkwa ya ka o vu ala. So ifu na even my parents ọ na-ewute ya na nwa nke ha mụrụ n'afọ ha adịghị ekwetezi ihe ha kwuru n'ozi nke ndị nkụzi bụ nke kacha nke ha kwuru ọ maka na ha nwere ntụkwasị obi n'ebe ndị nkụzi ha nọ ya ọ ga-abụ ihe mwute na ọ bụzi na ịgwa bụ onye nkụzi atụkwasịrị obi ewezilụ ihe nwata akwụkwọ ga-eji wee pụọ n'ihe o kwesịrị ịma ọ na-ebute ọya ka anyị bụ ndị prịnsịpal ji welu na aha ma n'isi ndị nkụzi anyị kwado lesin gị ọfụma mana ihe ị ga-agwa nwa akwụkwọ maka ihe ọbụla si n'ọnụ dapụ ha kọpigokwala ya kpọkwa ya ka ha ji aga. So anyị na-eti mkpu nke ahụ nnukwu ihe na-akwado lesin gị ọfụma ọ bụrụ ịbata iwelu akwụkwọ gị baba klaasị you think you can do it when you go there ịma mmenwe mana ọ bụrụ na ịkwado lesin ya na-akpọ lesin note gụọ ya ọfụma kwado ya ịbụ na klaasị ahụ ịmara ihe ị ga-akụzi and ihe ahụ ịkụzikwa na nwata ahụ wekweli epo ebe ọzọ ọ bụrụkwa na ihe dị mma ka ịkụzi. O nwere ụfọdụ echiche ma obodo oyibo ma ebe dị iche iche na-edeta akwụkwọ especially ime mistake na resọt ụmụaka. So onye ka o ji dị mkpa na gị nwa be ticha ga-eme ka ticha ọrụ nkụzi bụ ọrụ mmadụ ka gị na ya na-emekọ ọ dụrụ ka ndị na-alụ ọrụ oyibo ọzọ ọ bụ faịlụ ka ha na-emekọ mmadụ ka ị na-azụ onye ka o ji dị mkpa na azie ticha o nwee ticha nke nwa kpofuru ihe n'imi batalụ moto wee na-asị ya na eticha ekwesịghị ekwe ikpofu ihe n'imi maka nwata akwụkwọ ya ga-enwe mmiri ma nwata akwụkwọ ga-enwe mmiri gị ma ọ bụkwa fashọn ọbụla pụtara ka ị ga-enwomi as a teacher ma mmiri ị na-eyi ma nke ị na-eme ikwesịghị ekwe ị na-eme ya olu nkụzi anya ego adị ọkwa na ya mana dịka esi ikwu mana anyị jụziri na ụgwọ ụlọ anyị n'eluigwe mana anyị na-azụ ụgwọ ụlọ anyị anwa ya gbadatasị akịta unu rie akịta wee jewe ya bụ ya n'igwe. Daalụrị nne dịka isi wee metụbu aka achọrọ m ka anyị tinyeke n'ọnụ na ya bụ okwu ọ gịnị kpata ndị nkụzi ada apịazi ụmụaka ihe kịta anụnwa ọ gịnị kpatara ya maka ama m na mgbe ndị otu m tolu kedu ihe imetụ ihe na-adịghọ mma onye nkụzi pịa gị ihe ọ ga-apịa gị mana kịta abịazi na skuul ndị nkụzi isi ya na nwatakịrị ma o nweghị ihe gbasara ya ada ọ gịnị butere ụdị omume dị otu a. Ndewo okwu a bụ okwu akpụ n'ọnụ a na-amarụ ka a ga-esi mee ndị nkụzi anyị nwa bụ ndị nkụzi mgbe ụfọdụ ọ dịka ọ na anyị enwechara protekshọn mana dịka m si gwa gị na mbụ na skuulu ọbụla nnọ ivuli bịa m ga-egosikwa gị na nnọ ma ọ bụ m maka a na-agwa ma ọ na ọ bụrụ m sofa na ticha m ga-apụta ebe ahụ tinye ọnụ ihe kpatalịa bụ na ịpịa nwata akwụkwọ ihe parents awala ọgụ wee bịa si ya iji pịa nwa m ife kedu ihe ị ga-eji pịa nwa m ife nwa m isolu m wee chịa ya mgbe a mụrụ ya ka ivu olu m ya 9 months. Ajụjụ ndị a ka a ga-ajụcha gị kpatara ndị nkụzi eji ezi apịa ụmụ ha ihe ọzọ dịka ibie bụ na even my parents o nwere alụmalụ ụka anyị lụrụ wee na-asị na ife ngụnwa bụ parents ekwechighị ozi na-apịa nwa ha ihe anyị melie ebe anyị na-eji ekpere blessed assurance ha sị na anyị ekwesịghị ozi na-apịa ụmụ anyị ụtarị na anyị kwesịrị ị na-azụzi ka ndị ọcha wee sị ya me I beat my own na m ga-apịachakwa gị ụtarị gbachanye ego elu olet ma ọ na imete ihe especially mgbe a gwara gị ihe kpọbata ya n'ime ụlọ ọgwụ ndụmọdụ nke izizi dụọ gị ya ịbụọ dụọ gị ịtọ ị ka na-emekwa ohu ihe ahụ ihe gosi bụ na ịda anata ndụmọdụ anyị wapụ ndị nkụzi na-eyuzu different methods of teaching ime nke ọgwụ ime nke ọzọ ime ya ọ bụ na ọ gaghị ime nke ọzọ oge ka anyị si azụ onye ka anyị ji wee na-enweta ndị ahụ a na-akpọ ndị ọ na-afịa ahụ ịmụta ihe izuo metọdụ nke a kụzie okwe ha izuo nke a izuo nke a nwe nke ị ga-eyuzu nwatakịrị enwe ike wee kapchọọ ya
maka ihe niile abụghị iti ihe
ihe niile abụrụ iti ihe onye ka anyị ji welu na-eme otu ahụ maka ihe ndị parents ọgwụ ahụ ndị parents na-awa abịa mere onye ọbụla ji wee si ka
ya mechakwara onwe ya mana ihe a na-emekeri na ụlọ akwụkwọ bụ ndị mmadụ nwe ọ dị ka onwe ihe gọọmenti kwesịrị ime n'ụdị maka ụlọ akwụkwọ ndị nke ọ bụ gọọmenti nwe gọọmenti na-akwụ ndị nkụzi ụgwọ a na-apịa ụmụ akwụkwọ ihe ebe ahụ ọ dị ka onwe ihe gọọmenti kwesịrị ịlụ n'ụdị ihe dị otu anụnwa
gọọmenti kwesịkwara itinye anya n'ụmụ skuulu ọ bụ ndị mmadụ nwe maka ihe na-eme na ya bụ skuulu dị ime kuru nwa n'aka kụkwara ya n'azụ maka gịnị ihe na-achọ bụ nnukwu ụmụ akwụkwọ
ka eju
ka ebe ya wee pụta ha dịrị afta ihe a na-akụzi ma ihe dị mma na-eme ihe ga-agwa gị mụnwa bụ onye a agago n'ụdịrị ụlọ akwụkwọ ahụ kụzie ya o nwere ụdịrị ihe na-afụghọ n'ụdịrị skuulu dị otu ahụ maka na a ga-asị gị achụkwanala m
nwata akwụkwọ m
ha na-akwụ 100,000 naira
sọsọ ihe ọ chọrọ agwụcha ego ahụ na-akatị ya n'akpa
ọ chọghị na nwatakịrị ahụ ma ọ gụchakwa ma ọ ga-abụkwa mmadụ ma ọ dị n'iru nke ahụ agbasara ha ego ahụ ga-abanye n'akpa mgbe ahụ ka ọ chọrọ ọ ga-asị gị abịakwana ụtarị agbakwana mba ka ụmụaka wee hafụ ya skuul ala ịnwa anwa pịa ụtarị baa mba tomorrow parents abịa kpokọrọ ụmụaka ahụ fụọ ifu na ihe ahụ ha na-agwa gị emego
mana dịka onye nkụzi nọgolo na nke a nọ na nke a ọ dịghị ka ezigbo ihe dị ya
ọ bụrụ na ezigbo ihe na mụnwa bụ onye a o nwere onye nke mama ya bịara mgbe m na-akụzi na one school achọghị m ịkpa afa skuulu ahụ mgbe m na-akụzie nwatakịrị wee bịa mama ya wee bịa mụnwa ka ọ chọtara ihe mmelụ nwa ya ha mpịalụ nwa ya ụtarị ihe praktikal ka anyị na-eme ya mama ihe nwatakịrị ahụ m gwara ya gote ihe ọzọ esi akwa m gwara ụnụ agba maka na ụnụ achọghị ka ọ bụ tichagoo ya ụnụ na-asọspekt ndị nkụzi ọbụla so ụnụ ji aka ụnụ je na-egotie na ihe ngwa egotere m ije gote ihe ọzọ wee sị ya na ị ga-egochikwu ya ọnụ ka nka jikwa ekwu ya o gochibekwa ya nwatakịrị ruo gwa mama ya maka n'ọnụ ụlọ akwụkwọ ndị mmadụ nwe ka m na-akụziri ha ihe ahụ mama ya wee wara ọgụ wee bịa
n'okwu ọnụ
nkịtị m kwuru mgbe o rutezi wee fụ n'ọmụnwa antị ọgụnwa
o wee bụla antị nọ n'ime ntị
antị ọmụnwa gịnị ọkọwazi n'ọkwa ọgụ ka ya wee alụ bịa mana anyị elutezie wee fụ n'ọmụnwa ike wee gụ ya
ọ bụ na mmọnwụ na-abịa itinye karịrị ya
ọkakwa mma na ike gwụrụ gị n'ịma na nwa ga-abụrụ na onye m ga-emejọ ama m ebe ibi malụ gụnwa malụ papa malụ mama na-akụzikweli ya
mana ịma njinu maka na ịma ha hafụ ime ihe kwesịrị ime
si na onye nwa ọchị m na ya anawakwa si na ọkakwa mma na ịnawala otu a ka anyị ji wee mechie isiokwu nke ahụ so a na-emekeli na ụlọ akwụkwọ ọ bụ ndị mmadụ nwere mana ọ dịrọ mma gọọmenti kwesịrị ịbata wee na-enyonya anya n'ihe na-eme n'ụdịrị ụmụ akwụkwọ ahụ maka ihe parents na-eme ndị nne na nna anyị na-eme ha ji eme gai nwa m nọ private skuulu
eji eko
nwa m nọ private ifu onye nke nọ na nke gọọmenti onye nke ahụ bụ ha doro enweghị ihe a dara ụbịa ajọkwaghị kwaliti ihe a na-eme dị ya n'ụlọ ọnọ
nke a wee na-ekwu ụfọdụ ụlọ akwụkwọ ahụ ndị mmadụ nwe ha enwere ụdị ndị nkụzi gọọmenti nwe maka ụfọdụ ihe a na-afụ ebe ahụ bụ ndị anaba aghalụ eji satifiketi ejighọ satifiketi ihe ama bụ onye nkụzi bata n'ụlọ akwụkwọ dịka onye tọgolo atọ na nkụzi ọ dịghị ka ọ bụ ihe kwesịrị ịdị na-eme
iji okwu a nnọlugodu na bọs ebe ọ bụ na nnọ ihe a bụ okwu akpụ n'ọnụ na-ekwu maka na mma na na-ekwu okwu ihe ọsọkwalụ gị bụrụ ụdị moto ọsọkwalụ gị na-agba ọnụ ma ikwughele nke abụghị ya m ga-asa gị ya ụlọ akwụkwọ bụ mmadụ nwe ndị nkụzi ha na-akpọta anaghị ezu ezu na asambodo ha ji maka ndị ha na-akpọta bụ ndị ha ga-enwenwu ike ịkwụrụ ụgwọ onye ji nzere mmụta nke a na-akpọ doctorate degree ọ ga-akụzikwa n'ụlọ akwụkwọ mmadụ nwe ọ ga-akwụnwu ya ụgwọ ma onye nke ji nke a na-akpọ masters degree ihe ha na-eji bụ ndị agụchalụ secondary school ka na-achọja mbụ ha ga-enene bụ ndị ha na-ewekeli n'ụlọ ọrụ ha
ndị ha
ga-akwụ 15,000
ụfọdụ 10,000
adọrọ m shọ na ha na-akwụzu 20,000 maka ndị mmegolo interview mfụ na ego ha dị elu ego ahụ ha na ebe ahụ wee na-eche akwụkwọ ine n'ule ha ga-eji wee banye university.
Kedụzi ihe ha na-akụnye n'ụmụ anyị a ndị anọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ahụ maka ụmụ onye nke m jụrụ ụlọ akwụkwọ na-aga kpọrọ m ofu ụlọ akwụkwọ o wee sụọ oyibo ọ sụrụ a sị m ya what is your name ọkpa afịa nsị a ka ahụ ụlọ akwụkwọ gị ọkpa afọ ụlọ akwụkwọ ya nsị a kedu ebe unu bi ọ sị m I am live at wee na-enye anya nsị a na-ajụ gị kedu ebe ibi iwee sụbalụ m oyibo oyibo anyị sụrụ amaka ọ sị m auntie said we should be spoken English wee ji nwa akwarụ ngwongwo m hafụ nwatakịrị ya wee na ma na okwu agwụ na onwe ihe njete m wee na-ajụ ọ gịnị kedu ebe mmiri si wee baa n'opi ụgbọgịrị kpatalụ ndị oge gboo ụlọ akwụkwọ ndị mmadụ nwedị ka ọha nwabụ ihe ka gbagote elu karịa nke ndị gọọmenti mana ọ dịzị ka kịta anụnwa onye tete n'ụtụtụ o je mepe ebe a na-akụzi nkụzi kedu ụdị na ụmụ akwụkwọ a na-ewepụtara anyị kịta ọ dị gị ka onye a na-emetụ ọ bụla onye nwe ọ sịghị na-emetụ the standard of education anyị
standard of education anyị bidokwelu n'isi ya sawa ma ndị nọ n'isi ma ndị nọ n'ọdụ ma ndị nwe skuulu nke ha nwe sokwe wee na-eme ka ọ na-ada maka na dịka ndị ụlọ akwụkwọ anwa ndị ọ bụ ndị mmadụ nwe anaghị ajụcha ihe onye gụrụ
tupu ha ewelu
ha nọ nke ọ ga-akwụnwu ụgwọ ị nwere ike iwu onye gụrụ akwụkwọ a na-akpọ social studies ọ sịghị na ọ ga-akụziwa English enye ya onye ahụ amaghị ihe a na-akpọ rule of concord iwu ji oyibo ụmụ izanwe agreement verb ahụ ọ gaghị ama ya
ọ
na-asụzi anụghị ahụ bụ ihe ji English mgbe gị nwa na-ama ya as a teacher
gịnịzi ka ị ga-enye
nwata akwụkwọ ị na-akụziri onye ka o ji wee na-afịa ahụ o ji wee dị mkpa na ọ bụrụgodu na o nwekwa skuulu dị elu ọ bụ mmadụ nwe enwe ihe a na-achọ bụ degree holder degree holder ahụ ihe ịgụrụ ka ị ga-akụzi like spring of life ije exam ebe ahụ ị na-edela onwe gị ihe ụmụakwụkwọ a na-edodoro dị ma English and Maths because they have qualified ya na-akpọ qualified teachers
ka anyị jide ebe a gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị chetakwa na ihe anyị na-akpa bụ ihe dị iche ndị nkụzi na-eme n'ọzụzụ ụmụaka kpatara onye nne na onye nna sọsọ ihe ọ na-ekpe ekpere bụ ụlọ akwụkwọ ọ ga-ebidokwe ka ya kpọpụ ụmụaka ka ha si n'ụlọ pụọ ka isi juo onye oyi ụmụ anyị ọ na-aghasa anyị isi onye mụ na ya na-akpa bụkwa Ebere eso nwanne ka anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatị ụkwụ ọ bụ na anyị nachite azụ anyị na-aga n'iru a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị. Tupu anyị eje gbatị ụkwụ, ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ihe dị iche ndị nkụzi na-eme n'ọzụzụ ụmụaka. Dịka onye mụ na ya na ebe a bụ onye nkụzi bụkwa prịnsịpal si wee kwuo, Ebere eso nwanne si wee kwuo, ama m na ọ dị ọtụtụ ihe nke ịghọtara n'okwu ọ na-ekwu. Maka oge ụfọdụ ọzụzụ ụmụ anyị adịka anyị na-akwanarị ya ndị nkụzi, ifugo n'ihe eji wee hapụ ya, ọ dịka na-akwanarị ya ndị nkụzi. Odoziaka Ebere, echetara m otu ihe menụ onwe ọbụla unu asị na ụmụ assignment enye onwe ihe a na-eji ana assignment enye nwa m nwaanyị mgbe ọ nọ skuul. Mbịa na-akụziri ya dịka onye nne, ọ sị m mba na ọbụkwa ihe aka ticha kwuru, na ọbụkwa ihe aka ticha kwuru, na otu aka ticha si wee kwuo ya. Nne anya ọ bụrụ na ọ bụchaghị ihe o kwesịrị ịbụ, nsị a na-abụghị m onye nkụzi, mana nne anya na ihe a na ọ bụchaghị otu a, ị mana nwa m nwaanyị jụ sị m na ọ bụghị ihe a ka onye nkụzi kwuru, na nke ọ ga-eme bụ nke onye nkụzi kwuru. Mgbe na-ajụ biko ụdị ọnọdụ a nọrọ, kedu ihe m kwesịrị ime asị onye nne?
Ihe ị kwesịrị ime azi onye nne dịka anyị si lụtụbụ aka n'ihe ahụ onye nkụzi kụzi bụ ihe ha na-ewe utmost, onye ha na-ewe. Mana gị nwa azi onye nne bịalụ malụ na-ekwe nke bụ nke dị mma na nke onye nkụzi kụziri adịrọ mma. Ọ bụrụ dịka nọọ maths bụ ihe anwa maọbụ nọọ English maọbụ sọbjekt ọbụla, iwelugodo ihe anwa wee wejelu ticha gụrụ maka sọbjekt ahụ, si ya na-egodu ihe mụ na nwa m na-eje, na-egodu ihe m gwara ya, na-egodu ihe ọ gwara gị, ọ gwaghị nke bụ eziokwu. Ọ bụrụ na ọ gwara gị, ọ bụrụ na nke gị anwa bụ ihe bụ the answer, the correct answer ya, ị kwesịrị ịgawa na ụlọ akwụkwọ anwa. Mana ịga ịma bụ ụzọ jekwuru onye nkụzi anwa were gwawa ya ịmara akwụkwọ, negodo ihe na-akụziri ụmụaka, ị na-edufe ụmụaka ụzọ, ị ga-eburugodo ya bụ ihe anwa wee jekọsalụ onye bụ onye isi ụlọ akwụkwọ. Ọ bụrụ dịka nọọ headmiss ma ọ nọọ secondary school principal, iwere ya bụ report ije kwuru principal si ya na-egodo ihe onye akụziri nwa gị, ihe gị na nwa gị jere. Ozugbo ị na-agwa ha anya principal amagolo na nsogbu adịgo, ọ ga-akọlụ the attention of that teacher, jụọ ya ajụjụ. Ụfọdụ na-eji asambodo mmadụ welu bata ka ewelu ha n'ọrụ, welu na-aza afa ọ bụrụ ihe ọ gụrụ. So ozi oke na ọrụ dị ọrụ ya bụ onye isi ịmazi ma ticha ahụ agụkwara ihe ahụ ọ sị na ọ gụrụ. Maka mụnwa kwekọrịtara na ticha ọbụla gụrụ ihe ọ gụrụ. Otu a ihe ngụrụ agụụ m biology, agụụ m food and nutrition, o nwere subject ị ga-ewetara ma topic ị ga-eweta nna ama ka m ga-esi welu zaa ya. Mana onye ahụ ọ bụ asambodo mmadụ ka o ji ihe na-eme bụ ụgwọ ọnwa ga na-akwụkwọ ya, ihe ọ ga na-eme ikekwe bụ na ọ chọgidego ọrụ omeghe edukeshọn, o jeghị dat trenin, o weta nke mmadụ wee mee. So ị ga-ejegodu n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ahụ kọsara onye isi ụlọ akwụkwọ ka e wee nwee ike kpọọ ihe anwa ga-edunekwe onye ahụ ijeru. Maka na ọmahụ niile ọha na-akụzi mgbe ụfọdụ na mmadụ na-abụ wetara ụdịrị rịpọt ahụ, ịmara na nsogbu adịghị, maka na ọ ga na-agasali ya,
ọ ga na-agasali ihe. Daalụrị nne. Ihe ọzọ m chọrọ ịjụ gị bụ biko, dịka m si wee kwuo ihe dị iche ndị nkụzi na-eme o ji wee dị ka ọha nwa bụ ihe kacha azụ ụmụaka n'echiche nke gị ịbụ nwaanyị ịbụ onye nne bụrụ onye nkụzi kedu ndị ọ dị ka ọha bụ ihe ga-ebido ọzụzụ ụmụ anyị ọ ndị nne ka ndị nkụzi maka oge ụfọdụ ifu nwatakịrị dị arọ ịbụa ụfọdụ na-adụ otu arọ na ihe mara ya n'elu akwabenye ya n'ụlọ akwụkwọ o si n'ụlọ pụọ biko kedu ebe ọzụzụ kwesịrị ibido ọ n'ụlọ ka ọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ
ọzụzụ ụmụ anyị kwesịrị ibido n'ụlọ maka na o nwere ọzụzụ dị iche iche m nwetara ọ bụ n'aka nne m ka m ji wee nweta ya ihe a na-akpọ informal education ọ n'aka nne na nna ka ọ na-ebido o nwere ihe nne na nna kwesịrị ịkụziri nwa ya bifo nwa ya nwee ruo ogo ịbanyebezi skuul mana amụtụghe na enwe onye nke nwa elu dị 9 months di ya na-ekwe ka o ruo onwe nọọsụ na ị na-ekwukwere onwe gị ọ chọghị stres mana ọ chọrọ nwa ọ chọrọ ịkwabali ya ndị nkụzi ka ha jezowe ya ndị nkụzi a na-emekwe n'ike ha na-eme ike ha na-azụkwanụ mana ọzụzụ kwesịrị ibido na nne na nna o nwere ọzụzụ nke ga-esite na nne o nwere ọzụzụ nke ga-esite na nna mana ụfọdụ ha hapụchi ya niile kwaghaziala ndị nkụzi ka ọ bụrụ ha zụwalụ onye kpatalụ ụmụ ihe awụ mpụ na arụgọ na ihe niile na-eme na ụmụaka anyị ugbu a ji wee na-eme maka na nne enyeghị ọzụzụ o kwesịrị inye dịka nne nna enyeghị ọzụzụ o kwesịrị inye dịka nna ụfọdụ ga-asị gị na ọ ka bụ nwata na ọ ka bụ nwata o nwekwana ihe ọma biko ọhaneze na-anụ olu m from day one nwa ịmụrụ nwa gị ọ na-aṅụ ala emente eme ime nyewekwa ya bụ ọzụzụ a sịkwana na ọ bụ nwata ọ ga-anụ ya onye kpatalụ nwatakịrị na-aṅụ ala taa mama ya alụ n'ala mama ya daa mba ọ na-ama ọ ga-elega anya n'iru mgbe ahụ ịbalụ mba otu ahụ ka ọ dị n'ebe ndị ọzọ dị iche iche o nwere ihe ọ ga-abụ eme ụfọdụ eji m aka apịa ndị nke m mpelu mpe weta nsa aka na-apịa ka ọ marụ na ihe o merụ adịrọ mma ọ ga-ebe akwa na ọfụ ya mana ọ ga-ebe akwa maka na ọ maalụ na ọ bụrụ daalụ ka ị gwara ya no correction ka ị na-enye ya ọma because na ọ magoro na ọ ma itikweli ụtalị ma ọ na grandma tikweli ụtalị ụbọchị ya mere ya o bido na nwata ahụ onye bido na nwata ahụ ma onye ga-anyịsa mamịrị ịbalị ya mba mgbe mamịrị gụbakwara ya na ndị apelu mpe ị ga na-afụ ụdịrị sa na ọ ga na-enye ha ncha bụ ọzụzụ so ọzụzụ kwesịrị ibido na nne na nna anyị bifo akpọzila ụmụntakịrị anwa wee gawa n'ụlọ akwụkwọ
daalụrị nne nwantọntọ ajụjụ a m chọrọ ịjụrụ bụ ihe gbasara anụ lesin a na-eme kịta kedu ihe kpata ndị nkụzi ji ahapụ mgbe ha ga-akụziri ụmụaka ihe a na-eche ka taịm lesin ruo ọ maka ego a na-enye ha extra ka ọ maka gịnị ka ezi ka lesin si wee dịbazịa ọ dịzịa ka onye akazi nkụzi a na-akụziri ụmụaka
ndewo ị na-anya na skuulu ọ bụ ebe ị ga na-afụkarị ihe dị otu a bụ na skuulu ọ bụ ndị mmadụ nwe maka na ihe a na-akwụ ha pere mpe na lesin ahụ ka ha belivuziri ha ji welu na emeki